needs to tell me how to get down. But won't somebody show me how to get back up? I thought about killing my landlord, but he was pretty nice. He said I paid my rent on time, as often as I could. I've been making strange friends in the desert. Yeah, they love Jesus and America too. It ain't as bad as it sounds. Someday I'll explain it to you. It's not that I mind sleeping alone in the grass. It's just that I've been dreaming since, well, maybe I ain't woke up yet. But nothing's been quite the same since you shot yourself. I don't know if you believe in ghosts. I'd hope you'd haunt me if you were one. I've been trying not to steal from everybody I know, but so far that's impossible. But here in the desert, somehow I hope that someday it won't be that way for me. No, it won't be that way for me anymore. This car is a war machine that runs on nicotine and gasoline. Don't you fucking know this is the wrong side of the road? Who needs brakes when it's all downhill from here? And if we ain't died yet, then just maybe we never will. But I don't wanna burn out, so won't you please set me on fire again? Woke up afraid of losing everything. Thank God that I already have. So if you love me, then listen. Mind your own fucking business. If you love me enough to stay, then please love me enough to stay away. I swear on my last cigarette that I love you, my darling. I'd love you if I could. But since the day I was born, it's been too late for me to be anything but what I am tonight. What I am is drunk and what I am is mean in your passenger seat. Seatbelts are for people who have time to die. Hell, I don't even have time to sleep, cause I don't wanna miss a moment of loathing everything that I see. Stay up nights afraid of everything, till all the light through the shadows in me. As we run right the sunset, and no, I ain't left the house yet. I finally love you enough to stay away. Aw shit, I wish I had a job to quit. I wish I had a boss that I could tell to fuck off. Give me the satisfaction of a dramatic exit, and not just a long car ride and a short goodbye in a parking lot. Whoa. Freedom, no. I'll dig up the dirt and I'll throw down some seeds, 'cause the world needs more spinach, not more motherfuckers like me. Drinking myself in aren't big enough for the vowels that I try to fit inside of them. When I was young, I drank too much, and I'd be lying if I said didn't feel so goddamn young tonight. Maybe too young to ask what's on my mind. Like if freedom means doing what I want, well, don't I gotta want something? Won't you tell me that we want something more than just more beer and my friends, if that ain't true? Won't you lie to me tonight? Oh yeah! Well, I've been listening to Minor, throw records all day and shit. If I do not know every word, I sing along as I tie off. And Ian screams he's out of step as I throw the cotton into the spoon, drop into the syringe. I'll know just what he means until I hit a vein. And after that I won't have to bother with knowing who I am, for a while at least. In a moment the whole world is gonna melt around me, and I'll swear I don't miss it as I lie to you tonight. 'Cause I'm afraid to look the world in the eye. If nothing's gonna change, well then I'd rather die. And I'm too unemployed to organize a union. I'm too intoxicated to tear down a building. I'm too hopeless to look for a solution. I'm afraid that if I found one, I'd be out of excuses for the way I waste away in the gutters that I chose, like fashion accessories to go with my dirty clothes. I haven't bathed in months, you know it's not because I've been fighting bourgeois morals. I'm just lazy and I'm young. I've seen the best minds of my generation die and drug or hide from the rooftops of the parking lots, stopped to death in West Philadelphian squats. They got me waiting on a day when we can say fuck the police with a little bit of integrity, when it'll mean I've got your back if you've got mine. Give me a scene where I believe in more than bad haircuts, guilt, and misery. Don't know where I fit between the vegans and the nihilists. That might be the first thing I've said that wasn't a lie tonight. 'Cause there's gotta be something more than lying in the front yard naked screaming at the constellations. I want something more than an apology to say when I look the world in the eye. I'll tell you, man, my friend William came to me with a message of hope. It went fuck you and everything that you think you know. If you don't step outside the things that you believe, they're gonna kill you. He said no one's gonna stop you from dying young and miserable and right. If you want something better, you gotta put that shit aside. I thought about how for thousands of years there have been people who told us that things can't go on like this. From Jesus Christ to the diggers, from Malthus to Zerzan, from Karl Marx to Huey Newton. But the shit goes on and 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 on. I'm not saying that we can't change the world. Not everybody does at least a little bit of that. But I won't shit myself. The way I'm living is a temper tantrum.
What's up, punk bitches? Yeah, Peaky, that's Pat the Bunny, aka Patrick Steenweiss. He's a Vermonter as well and an anarchist. He doesn't make music anymore because he had addiction issues, alcohol, heroin, that sort of thing. He went into rehab in Arizona and stopped making music a bunch of years back. But he was prolific in his day. He had plenty of bands and groups and everything, but yeah, that's Ramshackle Glory is technically what that is, but there's a whole bunch of Pat the Bunny projects. So there's a lot of names that you can find Pat under, but yeah, he's a singer, songwriter, guitar player, anarchist activist. He's a lot of things, and I miss him, but yeah. Anyway, how are y'all doing? How was your weekends? How you holding up? I had to deal with the federal government today. I found out that the federal government didn't know where I was born. That was an interesting thing. That I was like, wait, you think I'm born where? Hey, congratulations, Watkins. So I'm happy for you too, my man. Yeah, resolution. It was up to the Social Security office. While I was there, I got to see the Social Security system, like the back-end data system. The guy showed it to me. I asked him. I was like, hey, just a question. I said, so like, what's the process behind the scenes, right? For like data changes and stuff like that. How does that work? Does it like go off to somewhere else for like approval and to someone else? He goes, oh no, here, let me show you. And he just spins his fucking monitor around and he's like, here, let me show you. And it's literally a fucking Windows 98, Windows XP era. I wasn't paying that. I was focused on the fucking browser. It's literally running out of an old school Internet Explorer browser, which I think is probably VPN'd into a terminal somewhere. Either way, it's a fucking Internet Explorer web app. Like not even last generation, several generations ago. And it's just a browser app. And he's like, yeah, here, I'll show you. Like, here's all of your like relevant demographics. Here's your name, here's your birthplace. And I'm like, that birthplace is wrong. He's like, what? I said, yeah, that's the wrong birthplace. He's like, oh, here, we'll change it. And it's as simple as clicking save. It's literally change the field, save. And I said, so like, does that go through anybody? He's like, no, he said it just gets pushed out to the database. I'm like, oh, this is fucking sketchy. I'm like, this is sketchy. Like, this is literally like all of your federal data, like all of the stuff that they use to like verify who you are at a federal level. Like when the DMV checks, they check against the SSA. Right, the Social Security Administration is the one who provides the DMV with, yes, that is a valid data set. Right, they check against the social. It's all just it's click of a button and it changes. I'm like, oh my God, this is insane. Like, this is insane. It's this simple. I'm like, I thought it'd go through a review process or something. No. He said, basically the way the data replication works, he said, by the end of the day, all the places it needs to be, it is. Tech support. I'm telling you. Tech support. And if CBP fucking cross-references with SSA, SSA takes priority. Social Security Administration is considered like the de facto verification. So they are in charge. Like when it comes to data verification at the federal level, as far as citizenry data verification goes, the Social Security Administration is the one who takes precedent. The State Department checks against the SSA. Yeah, it all gets bounced off the SSA for verification. And the SSA is as simple as save. Yeah. I was like, this is a thing. Like, this is a thing, y'all. I'm like, holy fuck, we need to update this. I'm like, this is fucking sketchy as shit, yo. How has this not been breached? That's my other question. How has this not been breached? Oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, no, Beast. I think at most it's a VPN. At most. When can we have a USA appreciation stream? Glazy, what would you like on your dream list, Glazy? Cassidy, nothing. Nothing. Okay, so the Social Security Administration charges you absolutely nothing. I'm not kidding you. It's the court system that dings you, right? The gender and the name stuff all comes from the court work. The Social Security Administration, if you have a court order to change your name, you go in, they'll just change it. They'll send you the card for free. Everything's free. The Social Security Administration charges you nothing for any of that data change. Credit where credit's due. That's not the SSA. So, yeah, but the courts screw you 8 ways to Sunday. But that's not the federal. That's the state. The state handles that. So, yeah, they're the ones dinging you there. As fine as it is, leave it like it is. Hiding implied say for good fear tag. Yeah. This is, I don't know if this is security through obscurity, but you know. Oof. No, Glazy, I want to know what's on your short list. Like, what do you appreciate about America? If I were going, Glazy, like, let's consider this a consult, right? I'm setting up an American appreciation stream. What talking points should I have? What should I appreciate? I'm serious. I'm asking you, bro. I'll help a brother out because I'm a jaded fuck. So I need someone with a hopeful outlook such as yourself. Help me out. Viva. Let's leave that conversation right there, Viva. I'm pretty sure the T-Wizard wouldn't give a shit about America. And 20 ounces. 20 ounces. Oh, God bless. Yeah, but America doesn't have anything to do with that, Boom. That was here before America even existed. That's a non-talking point. Fucking. Let's be honest, the T-Wizards exists in spite of the US, not because of it. That is true. The USA ain't the Brits. Not sure if it's that good. If that's good. If anything, it was prettier before America. Yeah. Drug access. That's, supply lines. The Constitution has some good points. Are those points solely exclusive to the United States Constitution would be my follow-up question. The one I would give you is the Second Amendment. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Second Amendment's a good idea. The First Amendment's a good idea, but freedom of speech isn't exclusive to the U.S. So that one you can't chalk up on your list, really. Other places have that. So, like, I'd give you the Second Amendment. Okay, so, okay, we've got an American appreciation list going, Glazy. Second Amendment. We got one thing. I don't think that's enough to do an entire stream around, though. So, we got one. Woo! We got one. One thing isn't a list. No, it's not. No, it's not. So, yeah. So do we want... This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. Do we want Kai to bare his soul and tell you a story from his weekend? Military strong. We could do a little of that. Oh shit. All right. That fucking, all right. Fucking, that's, don't sub shit. If I put it down here, I hate it down there. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. All right. So I guess DGen's got to go over there. It has to. I fucking hate this thing. Oh, God, I feel so much better with that off. I mean, I can't hug you. No, but, like, do you feel the hug? I mean, I'm hugging you, non-binary. I'm sorry that you threw up. You're one of those empathetic pukers. Doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It stinks, but it's like, is what it is. What is my favorite thing? My favorite thing is a small puppet, hand puppet, stuffed hand puppet, that is a little puppy that I have had literally since before birth. My mom got it for me as a baby prior to me being born. And so this little puppy hand puppet has been with me my entire life. Still have it. It's always close by in some regard. That is my favorite thing. Yeah. So there you go. All right, let's do this. Little tiger stuffy that you got your day you were born to, maniac. That's a good thing to have. A little Caboose said I have a kitty that's like that. Exactly. Mine is called Puppy. So yeah, that would have to be it. That would have to be it. All right. I have to put DGen back where it belongs. I can't. It belongs there. Yeah, there's tons of stuff that's made in America that's good. Night Night Kitty, because it was a stuffed animal I slept with as a kid. It's Caboose. Aww. All right. Let it be known that I am forthright and I bare my soul to you assholes for the purposes of content and the purposes of being an orator and storyteller. All right, let it be known that Kai spares no corner of his soul for you fuckers. So I have been talking to this boy for a little while. He checked all the boxes. He checked all the boxes. All of them. Fits my sexual proclivities to a T. Fits my interests to a T. Right? You'll hear more as this story goes on. But let me just front load this by saying that it was he checked all the fucking boxes. Gorgeous, in the right age range. Like it worked. It worked. We clicked in a way that I didn't expect to click. So we've been going for a while behind the scenes. And this weekend, well, it was supposed to be last weekend, but for reasons that I will get into, it got pushed to this weekend. Right? So he was going to spend the weekend with me. And so I was excited. He was excited. We were quite looking forward to it. And so, a little backstory. He is from Northwest China. He is not a native American citizen. He's not a naturalized American citizen. He is originally from Northwest China. And he came over to go to school. He originally was going for civil engineering and then switched to software engineering because it was a better career choice at University of Arizona. So not a party school like ASU. ASU still has a rep. And he basically had a series of experiences that I need to explain context for, to explain this story, right? Sorry to him. I'm gonna bear his soul too. But if I'm gonna bear mine, I'm gonna bear his too, because he's the other half of this story. So while he was in school, he fell in love with this guy and they got married. Except the guy was a douchebag. He didn't understand concepts such as a student's budget. He didn't understand concepts like a student's schedule. As in, why can't I buy all this stuff? Why aren't you ever around? Shit like that, okay? So it gets to the point of being emotionally abusive. And the guy goes off and cheats on him, right? And then the guy I was interested in goes around and has a reaction to this and cheats on the husband, right? I don't consider it cheating because it's vengeance at that point, right? That's emotional vengeance. You're seeking revenge. I don't consider it cheating. But damage done. Because amidst all of this drama, he has the emotional load of the failed marriage. He has the emotional load of guilt from cheating himself. He sees that as, you know, he was disloyal. He still feels guilt. And he almost flunked out of school while doing this. So, Chinese foreign exchange student. Education is a big fucking deal, right? Like it's that part of the world. This is the sort of mentality, right? Kaiser, oof, yeah, he almost flunked out of college. He managed to scrape by, but the damage was done. It fucked him in the head. It fucked him in the head pretty good. Now, he left. He got his degree. He left. And then he came back a couple of years later, and he got bounced around from location to location, from like company to company. And finally, he got somebody to properly sponsor his H-1B, and that company is PayPal. Now, PayPal, well, not just PayPal, but the concept of working on an H-1B visa is a mental torture unto itself. I know most Americans look at H-1B visas like they're taking advantage of us, but we're taking advantage of them, and it is a nightmare hellscape to live under that hierarchy. Essentially, he is at the beck and call and the slave of that corporation, because if they fire him, we can just kick him out of the country, right? Like, it doesn't, if he builds a life here, right, while he's here, that corporation has the power to just basically eject him to some degree or another. So it is super exploitative. It's super coercive, and it's fucked beyond belief. And so all of that past trauma, all of that fucking corporate trauma, all of that governmental trauma. Whether you're not familiar with the H-1B visa program, yeah, you're here because you got a job. You're sponsored by a corporation. That's how that works. It's not a fucking, that's how H-1B visas work. That's just, that corporation is just, that's how that works. Yeah. So while he was in school, he had health care, but after school, he didn't have health care. And between all of the corporations and the job changes and the moves, he basically didn't have access to health care. So when he came off of his health care, he abruptly stopped an SSRI. For those of you who know a little bit about psychopharmacology, you already know what abruptly stopping an SSRI looks like. So he did that as well. So let's just fast forward a ways. So I meet him, right? It's been a bunch of years. We click, we get to know each other, we're vibing. Fucking Viva. It depends what the company says about you, from what I understand. There's variance on that. We're vibing, we're getting along, everything's fucking firing on all cylinders. It's working. it's working. It's working in a way that forced me to drop a couple walls. Because if I wanted this to work, I had to drop a couple walls. I had to let him in. Let him in at least a couple of the outside perimeter circles, right? So you can go so far as to say Kai was getting attached a little bit. So he finally gets here, and we're spending the weekend, and he's here Saturday, and let's just say, for the purposes of Twitch, we're exploring each other's bodies. We're getting to know one another. We're having fun. And all of a sudden, I can feel it. I'm not even looking at it. I can feel it. His hand is just on my leg. Like, the back of his hand is just sort of like stopped on my leg. And I just wait 30, 45 seconds. And then I just sort of flip over and I look at him and I'm like, what's up? And he just sort of like, he does this sort of like little shake. And I'm like, talk to me. You got to communicate. You got to talk. What's up? And this is when he starts describing what he preferred to describe it as mental turbulence, where he is experiencing two minds. And he essentially is dealing with the same sort of thing. If I had to give an analogy, a comparison that a lot of you would understand, what he's experiencing is underlying general anxiety disorder driven inability to self-accept one's true self due to the socio-normative values inflicted upon him by Chinese and American culture, right? What we're getting into, the dynamic that we're in, he's fine with being gay. He's fine with being gay. That's not an issue. It's the kink. No. Again, y'all jump to conclusions. Internalized homophobia. No, he's fine with being gay. He's not fine with being a kinky son of a bitch. He's a freak. He's a freak just like me. But society tells you that that's even less okay than being gay. Gay is fucking nothing. Dude, it's apparently nothing in Northwest China. I asked him about his parents and his society. He said, no, it's no big deal. It's not a big deal. Like, it's not a big deal. Y'all need to readjust some of your parameters, by the way. Having an interesting conversation with him about some of the, like, socio-normative values of, like, northern China. Yeah, it's not that homophobic, actually. China is, and some of the metropolitan and some of the rural areas are. He said, but yeah, no, my family doesn't care. There's that fucking hitch again. Jesus Christ. Could you not... I know it's degen, but, like, do you understand I'm kind of bearing my soul a little bit? And then I, like, actually kind of gave a shit about this dude? Like, I just, like... Could you be a less douchey about it? So, I start talking to him and understand, yes, Kaiser, but I'm not going to fucking dox the kid. We're not going to go that far. I'm not going to tell you specifically where he's from. I'm just going to tell you Northwest China. So, like, okay. All right. No big deal. Right? Like, let's have a chat. Let's have a heart-to-heart. I understand the psychology of what's going on here. I understand what I'm dealing with, and I understand he is adorable. Dexport, he is adorable. He's fucking adorable. There's no way around that. But okay. All right. I can work with this, right? I can work with this. I know what's up, right? I understand the sort of self-inflicted self-hatred that the fetish and the queer scene goes through, and the failure to adapt and the failure to normalize one's own actions, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, it's something that's not talked about outside fetish circles very much, and even inside fetish circles very much. The fact that you feel like an outsider to society, that you feel wrong, you feel evil. And some of these words are his own descriptors, by the way. Evil is one of the ones that he used to describe it. And so trying to normalize it, trying to come to like, you know, utilizing these sort of tactics of like, okay, have I ever made you feel like you can't trust me? No. You know, do you feel unsafe here? No. Do I seem like I'm evil? No. Do you actually think that like you're evil? No, not really. No. Okay. So like you've got other people's voices in your head. You've got other people's thoughts. You've got that sort of thing. What do your instincts tell you? What do you feel being here? What do you feel when you talk to me? What do you feel? Like those sorts of things, right? Trying to normalize the patterns for him. And so we're, you know, I said, okay, so let's just reset. Let's take it easy. Right? And so I show him around the house, show him the dinner I made, show him the backyard, right? We're taking it easy at that point and slowing down and just, you know, resetting to zero sort of situation. And I eventually show him my bedroom. And for those of you that know me, getting access to my bedroom is not an easy task. I was prepared to actually sleep in the same bed with this person. So we lay down and we just start cuddling and making out a little bit, right? We just start doing what you do, right? He's a gay man. He's been married. This isn't weird or freaky. This isn't kinky. This is just two dudes making out, getting a little hot and heavy in bed. All right. This should be familiar enough ground for him. This isn't too out there. And we're going at it, and he starts fucking grinding. Like, he's on top of me, right? He wants it. Okay. I look up at him and say, do you want me to get the lube? And he says, no, I want to come with you. Okay, cool. So we get back to right about there. Because the closest lube was in that bathroom, not the other bathroom. So we got about there. That's about as far as that went. Until we were at it again. So we're going at it. And I'm beginning the process, as it were. Right? You know, counting from 1 to 2. Follow along, kids. You can do it. We're trying to skirt TOS here. So, thank you for the biddies. So we're doing what you do, and he decides he wants to take a hit of weed. He's got a vape pen with him, and at this point, I am super hesitant, and I'm like, "Are you sure?" He's like, yeah, no, I can handle it. I smoke. I'm like, yeah, but given that you had an anxiety attack earlier and that you're already dealing with some stuff, are you sure you should be smoking weed? He's like, no, I'll be fine. I'm like, okay. He takes a fucking hit. We keep going at it. And no sooner that I am inside him, I see the stare. Straight up middle distance. Straight up middle distance. This dude is like seeing a Vietnam flashback at that point. Straight up middle distance. I'm like, okay, time to back off. So, I'm like, what's up? What's up? Talk to me, communicate. So he's having trouble. It's turbulent again. So I pull him up. We're fucking, face to face in each other's eyes. I said, give me a 10 scale. how bad is it? How bad is it right now? He goes, 8. And I'm like, instantly, oof. And he goes, no, it's a 9. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So, reset. Hop on the love seat over there. I'm like, let's just watch a movie, right? Let's chill. Let's relax. Fuck all this. Let's just watch a movie. I asked him, I said, what do you want to watch? And he's like, I don't care. Like, let's just, I'm like, okay. So I put on Neil Breen because we have a shared love of bad movies as well. He sorts his movies by ascending ratings. So 0 stars to 5 stars. That's how he looks for movies, is bad movies first. I told you, a lot of boxes ticked on this one. So we're just sitting there and I'm talking to him and I'm like, okay, what can I do to make this dude more relaxed and comfortable, right? There's a few things I offer to do to qualify this. I offer to take the collar off of his neck or the piece of restraint equipment on his nether regions. Told you, ticked a lot of boxes. So he turns that down. He turns that down. He said, no, I'm like, well, how about we just I don't know. Like, why don't we throw some clothes on and go walk around the neighborhood, like just normal, like a normal couple thing, right? Let's go up to the park, sit in the grass, relax, get some fresh air, right? Fresh air would do him some good, right? He's like, no, I don't, I just want to run. And I said, what do you mean run? He says, I just want to get in my car and leave. And that's when he looks at me and goes, would you let me leave? I'm like, bruh, I'm not in the business of some Charlie Manson fucking cult shit, right? Like, there's a power dynamic at play here, but I don't want you here if you don't want to be here, right? Like, I'm not going to kidnap you, man. That's not how this works. And so, like, yeah, of course I'd let you go, but first, let's talk, right? Let's counsel. I said, I understand that you're like mid panic attack and that you're doubting everything. I said, but it's like 10 at night. And if you want to run, if you want to drive back home, that's a 5-hour drive in the middle of the night back to Phoenix on desert highways with you having gotten very little sleep last night and having a day full of adrenaline and cortisol responses from your body. That's not a safe drive. So, like, I would counsel you not to undertake that drive. I said, how about we just get some food in you? I'm trying to shave the cannabis high off of him at this point. I'm like, why don't we get some food in you and we can just decide afterwards? He's like, oh, that food looked really good. I'm like, okay, so that my brain immediately goes to, all right, progress, right? He's interested in the food. Nope. The next statement following up the food really looked good was, I would just feel more guilty when I want to leave after eating it. Jesus Christ. So at this point, walls need to start coming back up. This is where Kai needs to start getting his shit together, because I can see this, and I'm not gonna put up with this. I'm sorry, right? Like, this is I've done my best. I'm not a fucking therapist. I'm not here to help you. And the fact that you sprung this baggage on me, like, I knew about the husband, I knew about some of the shit, like I knew about the H-1B, but the fact that he didn't have it reined in, I did not know about. So I'm like, all right, you know what? You want to leave? I'm telling you it's probably not safe and you shouldn't do it, but fine. right? Let's get you kitted up, right? Let's get the gear off of you and let's get your shit packed up and I'll send you on your way, right? And on the way out, I made some statements. I told him, I said, look, the fact of the matter is that I had a dude in my 20s that strung me along for a very long time and was emotionally abusive as a result of this. And I said, and I have to let you know, I will not be strung along. You're either ready for something or you're not. I'm not going to wait for somebody. That's not something I do. I did that in my 20s and it ruined my, like, I don't know, from like 21 to, I don't know, 28, right? Like, it just ruined my 20s, right? So I will not do that. I learned my lesson. I was emotionally abused. I was an idiot. I emotionally abused. I was he was an idiot. Like, I learned my fucking lessons. I fucking learned my lessons, right? You make mistakes that big, learn your fucking lesson. Don't make it again. If you keep making those mistakes, you're a fucking idiot and you need therapy at that point, right? Like, I learned from my lessons. So I told him, I said, this is the line in the sand. I said, I don't get strung along like this. I said, so I'm not telling you I won't keep the door open. I said, but the fact of the matter is that don't expect me to chase. I said, you need to sort this out. You need to get this done. And this isn't fair to other people, let alone me. This is just not fair that you're putting yourself out there while you're still carrying this baggage. You're not even carrying baggage, you're dragging it. I said, but you while still carrying this baggage around. I said, the fact of the matter is that, like, this just isn't fair what you're doing to people. So we go outside. We say our farewells, and he leans in and gives me a kiss, and I just looked down. I said, you know that kiss isn't fair to me. And I get him in his car. I wave him off. Come back in. Do what I do to cope. I hop on my computer. My computer has always been there for me. It will always be. I start doing some computer work. I hop on voice chat. This is where Karina enters the fray. I tell Karina an abbreviated version of this story. Kat joins the voice chat. It is now Karina and Kat and myself. So I tell the entire story to Karina and Kat at that point. And then we play Zomboid. Karina eventually passes out. Kat and I went into the early hours. During the early hours, I nearly finished my bottle of scotch. I have not drank in years. This kid drove me to, I say kid because he's younger than me, but he's in his 30s for fuck's sake. Right, like this kid drove me to fucking drink. Right, he drove me to fucking drink. So the next day, I wanted to take Xanax, but I didn't want to deal with the hangover the next day. So I just, I drank. And then the next day, having discussions with Kat, because Kat is essentially my backup save. Right? Like, Kat is my, like, early 20s save file. For those of you who don't know the lore surrounding Kat and myself, we consider each other temporally shifted versions of the same iteration within the Matrix. We're eerily similar in a lot of ways that a lot of you don't even know about. Like, it's creepy how similar Kat and I, as far as like what I did in my 20s, ideologically, philosophically, life experiences, and how Kat like was just ticking boxes and like, oh yeah, I did that, and that, yeah. We're really, really fucking similar in a lot of ways, despite being shifted by nearly 20 years. It's fucking weird as hell. 18, 17 years, something like that. It's really weird. And so I consider Kat my like sort of like save file from my early 20s. And Kat just fucking drops it on me while we're talking. He's like, dude, this is why I don't bother. He said, I've just got different people for different reasons. And I'm like, good, stay that way. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. So we wrap up Zomboid 3 something, whatever, fucking, eventually other people come through, fucking other people, like, I think Caboose swung through. We had other people on the line eventually. And like other people played, but by the early AM, I'm fucking drunk. I'm high. I'm not drunk. I wasn't drunk. Dude, I metabolize ethyl alcohol really effectively, despite having not drank in years. But I got to that point. I was like, okay, so I went and just like passed the fuck out after everything. Woke up the next day and just heeded my advice, right? I consider Kat to be a temporally shifted version of myself. I just heeded my advice. or our advice, right? The cluster's advice. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Whatever. I was already over him. Like, the truth of the matter is, it would have been fun. It would have been really interesting. It would have been like, this was one of those moments where my life would have gone one of two directions, right? It was truly just like, okay, this or this. And I was prepared to go this way. But due to external decision-making factors, I got shunted off the other direction. Okay. It's just the way it works. So the next day, I was fucking over it. Sorry, once the walls are up, once I'd make up my mind, it's a cold, ruthless place in my head sometimes. If I ever tell you you're dead to me, by the way, I mean it literally. Once I utter those words to somebody, you're dead to me. There's no coming back from that. Like, that's just the way it works. So like, yeah, the next day I just decided, I'm like, okay, well, we're over that. So what do? We start the queue. Cause I was looking at like one dude, right? He could have, but Cat's right. Fucking just get a bunch of people for different reasons. Nope. Cassidy. All y'all fucking zodiac astrology people. Are you this? No, never lines up. So I, the next day I just start the queue back up, and I kept in touch with Kat the next day, and we're laughing our asses off. Here's, let me start and find this. Followed your advice, started the queue up. Nope, not that either. Followed your advice and started the queue up. Got 3 different dudes lined up for different purposes and needs. Took approximately 3 hours. Yes, that's a straight up brag. I literally just woke up and I'm like, fucking 2 p.m., that sort of thing. And I'm like, all right, let's just like turn the queue back on. And yeah, and I'm like, I still need a pretty boy though, lacking in that area. Could use some eye candy. That one's always a toughie. And Kev was like, well, it's Vegas. It shouldn't be too that. I'm like, yeah, but they're always boring sexually. And so this conversation takes place at 5:40 p.m. I state I still need a pretty boy. At 5:49 of 5:48, I send a ha this long to Kat. And I'll send you a photo of what just sent me a message. He's like, what's up? Just the most gorgeous pretty boy. Just the most gorgeous pretty boy. Fucking hit me up. I'm like, and there's number 4. I got a fucking checklist, right? Like it's that fucking simple. I don't have trouble finding all of my needs in a single individual is extraordinarily difficult. And to find one is a thing that, like, okay, right? So I was prepared. I was prepared to make some weird emotive sacrifices and shit like that, and lifestyle changes and stuff like that. Like, okay, you got to compromise. You got to get in there and do that shit if you want that sort of deal. And I was prepared, and that requires dropping some walls, and it fucking, I got a little fucking injured in the process. But the truth of the matter is that it wasn't meant to be. And so I fucking just went back to square one, how Kat knows I operate, how I know I operate, how I know Kat operates, and how Kat knows Kat operates, right? Like, this is how we do things. And it immediately pays out, right? When I was trying to do something that was against my instincts, that is against my traditional way of being, it fell apart. And the instant I went back to my natural state, literally the universe provides. So Saturday was fucking miserable. Sunday, on the other hand, I have a list of like 5 dudes that I have a list of like 6, maybe 7 dudes that want something from me in one regard or another. I got 4 that I'm good with. And then I just had some rando dude come over and blow me. That was my Sunday. I'm like, well, we're over that, dude. I'll just get a random blowjob from somebody. I'll line up 4 dudes who fulfill my needs, and we'll go from there. So that is that is that part of my weekend. So we'll turn off the degen sign, turn this shit back on. Glazy, for me it seems like yeah, it's not a thing. It's not a thing I'm capable of. It's not a thing that the universe seems like it's capable of producing for me. Here's what it is. When I say I was over it by the next day, I was over it by the next day. Fucking gay dudes. And here's me, a lesbian, waiting 3 years for so much as a girl to touch my arm. Yeah, Bobby, you'll have to go back. Cassidy can tell you about it, but yeah, nah. Nah. C'est la vie. Es la vida. Take your language. Is what it is. It would have been fun. It would have been interesting. It would have been life-changing. I would have had to adapt. But English, s'il vous plaît. Yeah, you're welcome, Resolution. When I was on the line with Kat and Karina, I had this moment. I had this moment where I was like, oh, fucking A. And they're like, what? I said, I just realized what I have to do. And they're like, what? Like, what? Talk to him? I'm like, no. I realized what I had to do. And they're like, what? I'm like, I have to tell this story on air now. And Karina was a little hesitant, but Kat got it immediately. This is my MO. This is what I believe as an orator and rhetorician. This is what I believe as a stand-up comic, though I'm not a stand-up comic. All right, the reason Doug Stanhope's bit about taking dildos smeared in like Hershey's chocolate syrup, like taking a suitcase full of dildos smeared in Hershey chocolate syrup through TSA and acting sketchy so they'd randomly search him. The reason it's such a hilarious bit is because he actually did it. Right? When you tell the story of the honest truth of your experience, it resonates truer. And that allows for a more effective use of ethos as far as rhetoricians are concerned, right? And so the same principle applies to stand-up comics. I'm like, I have to use this. This is content. This is perfect content. This is everything that I stand for as a speaker and organizer and as a human being. I'm like, I have to do this. I'm like, this is perfect content. So, yeah, I was like, I'm going to have to tell this story on air. Oversharing is comedy gold. Exactly, Carpe. Yeah, it just dawned on me while we were playing Zomboid. I'm like, this I have to talk about. I have to talk about this. I'm like, this is just something I have to share. Oh, Glazy. Glazy, if you'd like to have that conversation, I will explain the pharmacology and psychology of it to you sometime. I'm not going to do it on air. Becomes codified in the VOD. Yep. Dig because it's fun. Yeah, that's the shorthand. Yeah. Yeah, that's the shorthand. Thank you, some sense. Thank you. Yeah, it has to resonate. It has to be true, right? That's just the way it goes. Nonsense. I don't give a shit. This is going to be the only time, and it's only because Nonsense, who I love and respect, asked. All right, and his irreverent sense of humor. That's the only reason I'm going to address this. I do not give two shits about Will Smith smacking the fuck out of Chris Rock. Nor do I give two shits about Chris Rock insulting his wife's baldness condition as a direct result of alopecia or autoimmune driven alopecia. I do not care what two rich fucks who are above all of society effectively are getting up to at their little billionaire's ball. All right? In no way, shape, or form do I give a shit. I don't care that Chris Rock insulted his wife. I don't care that he was standing up for the fucking his wife's blah blah blah. I don't care that black on black. I don't care that the fucking left has already started saying like white people can't talk about this because. I don't care that the conservatives are saying. I don't care. A rich dude smacked the shit out of another rich dude in front of a room full of rich fucks for $1 billion at a ball for $1 billion industry. What do I care? Why do I care? So yeah, at the end of the day, Chris Rock, Will Smith, the Oscars, and everybody who reported on it and won't shut up about it can go fuck themselves. I don't care. There's people dying in this world, right? A kid just starved to death in Africa, right? Preventable illness, dead. Fucking missile dropped, dead. Fucking, shot because, dead, right? Fucking, I don't care. There's no realm in which any of that matters. Now enjoy your memes. Don't let me shit on your memes. The memes are funny. The memes are going to be around. You're going to see 5 billion of them because this fucking thing won't go away, I assure you. But the truth of the matter is it doesn't fucking matter in any way, shape, or form. So that's all I have to say about it. Now, I would like to thank the Academy. I would like to thank Canada for further propping up our military-industrial complex, as the Canadian government has officially selected Lockheed Martin and the United States manufacturing complex to provide the F-35 fighter jet as their new warplane. They will be spending $19 billion buying F-35s from us. So again, Canada, thank you for propping up our military-industrial complex. I don't know what we'd do without you. But yes, that is worth mentioning. It's worth mentioning that Canada is going to be buying, $19 billion probably only gets you 12 of those planes or some shit like that. Yeah, America's hat needed some new shinies. Exactly, Beast. Exactly. Now, let's get on to some shit that really is sketchy and matters. I'm gonna bet it's like 6 of those planes. Yeah, I know, tech support. It's gonna be fucking something stupid. It's gonna be something stupid. You're like, how much did they spend? Shopping spree. You gotta, what's that fucking line from, you gotta treat yourself. Yeah, Canada's just treating themselves. That's all. Canada's on a treat yourself day. They're gonna treat themselves to some F-35s. That's all. So let's talk about Robert Foster. Robert Foster is a former Mississippi State representative and failed, thankfully, gubernatorial candidate. But he's got this place called Cedar Hill Farms. It's a frequent location for GOP fundraising. And he actually authored the state's death penalty law. So why am I bringing up Robert Foster? Well, let's start at the low one. Robert Foster, when he was running his failed gubernatorial campaign, Foster refused to allow female journalists to ride on his campaign bus as male journalists were allowed. So let's just set the bar, right? This is some Handmaid's Tale shit. It is. I'm not going to get deep into it. We don't need to fucking analyze every single second of it. This is some Handmaid's Tale shit, right? He refused to allow female journalists on his bus, right? It's that simple. Male journalists were allowed, but female journalists can't be trusted. So that's the bar we're about to clear. And when I say we're about to clear this bar, it's like setting a hurdle at the base of a NASA launch platform. So we're gonna clear it by a margin. You're like, I know you're sitting there, Kai. Like, I mean, how much worse does it get? Well, remember how I mentioned that Robert Foster authored the Mississippi state death penalty law? Well, he decided to take to social media over the weekend of last week and state in his legal opinion that transgender people should be executed by firing squad, and that the law that he authored would allow the state to do it. So, you know, that. So when I inevitably, Mississippi, Aka. When I inevitably get canceled by Twitch again for defending trans rights and gay kids and shit like that, because the last time I said that the GOP and the Republicans and the conservatives in this country are looking to kill gay kids, I got fucking canceled for violent hate speech on this platform for pointing out that they wanted to kill gay kids. So let me just point out again, in this man's own words, some of y'all still want to try and find political compromise with those that want to groom our school-age children and pretend men are women, etc. I think they need to be lined up against a wall before a firing squad to be sent to an early judgment. He then followed this tweet up with, I said what I said. The law should be changed so that anyone trying to sexually groom children and or advocating to put men pretending to be women in locker rooms and bathrooms with young women should receive the death penalty by firing squad. He then, when Spencer Ritchie, the former head of the state party, tweeted in response, "The fascist force is strong with this one." He then replied, "Spineless establishment rhinos like you have conceded every fight with the communists when you held power. Y'all conservatives haven't actually conserved anything. Now the godless have power, and they are destroying our country. Soon we will have to deal with this directly." So I have a local recording of this time. Bitrate dropped there. Bitrate dropped. I watched it go red. I'm not shitting you. I expected this to fucking, like, drop. I'm truly expecting Twitch mods to shut this stream down. 100%. Because the last time I pointed out that the GOP, the Republicans, the Christian right conservative in this country quite literally wants to kill gay kids, wants to kill queer kids, transgender kids, take your fucking pick of descriptor, of adjectives, of whatever. The last time I pointed this out, I got violent hate speech suspended. So I'm keeping a local copy this time. So when that shit happens, inevitably, I at least have proof that it wasn't me calling for violence. It was, in fact, me pointing out that the right-wingers in this country are quite literally asking to execute trans people and gay people, etc., etc., etc. Because I've done it before and I got smacked around for it. So this time, I want evidence of it. This motherfucker is on Twitter talking about how, quote, they should be lined up on a wall before a firing squad and sent to an early judgment. Suck my dick. Fucking punk bitches. Swear to God. And Twitch's punk bitch mod staff made of tech bros who were too busy touching themselves to the hot tub streams fucking absolutely can go shove it up their fucking asses. Punk bitches. Yeah, apparently it violated Twitch's fucking Twitter's. The tweets have been deleted for violating Twitter's rules, but he still has his account apparently. Yeah. Tweets got deleted. That's on your side, Dig. That's on your side. The stream, yeah, it's good on mine. But yeah. I think, you know what? In honor of, what was that? It's around one hour. Do I have, where the fuck is my shit here? Hang on. Where have all... Alright, fine. I don't know what the fuck has happened, but... I have a stack of pens. I have a stack of pads. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna upload that clip. I'm just gonna upload that clip, that little segment. What's up, song? I'm just gonna upload that little segment in honor of the Twitch mod staff. Probably something like "fuck Twitch mods" or "fuck the anti-queer," fuck the anti-LGBTQ Twitch mods. Something along those lines. I think I'm just gonna trim that segment out, just talking about that punk bitch and the Twitch mods, and go from there. And we'll just upload that. We'll talk about Robert Foster. Fuck Robert Foster and the anti-LGBTQ Twitch mods. Something along those lines for YouTube's posterity. Hey, Cookie Dough, go fuck yourself. Was that respectful enough? Oh, no, I want to play with them. I want to play with them. No. I want to play with them. There we go. Yeah. Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough, would you like to come on the air and have a conversation? Because I'd love to engage with you. Hey, Squiddy! I hope you're well, Squiddy. I'd love to see what's under the hood. I'd love to just poke at that a little bit and see what could lead one to those criticisms. Oh, by the way, being respectful isn't TOS. I'm not required to be respectful. There is no part of my Twitch contract that states I'm required to be respectful. Oh, gotta go. Soon as I said you want to come on the air and have this conversation, somebody has to go. Aww. Glazy, by all means, I'm happy to be conversational, not adversarial. But when it comes to the actual discussion of killing trans and gay people in this country, and somebody says, well, be respectful of their beliefs. No, I'm not going to be conversational with that. That is a situation where the tolerance paradox kicks in, and where tolerating that can get people dead. For real. And I've seen it in my lifetime. So I understand what you're trying to remind me of, and I appreciate that. But this is one of those circumstances where by no means will I tolerate that. Because what that is essentially saying is that they are okay with killing trans people. And I'm not going to put up with that. Right? I'm going to call that out as it is. That's some bullshit. You can go fuck yourself with that belief. Now, if you want to have that conversation further, by all means, I'll have that conversation, but I'm not going to mince words. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Glazy was here for the entire thing. You give way too many benefits of doubt, Glazy, and not enough to the left. You give no benefits of the doubt to the left and every benefit of the doubt to the right. You notice that about yourself, right? When we're talking about protesters hanging signs, you're immediately like default position. There's no benefit of the doubt. And yet somebody exhibiting literal behavior that is supporting people who advocate for the execution of trans people, you give them the benefit of the doubt. You might want to analyze some of your intrinsic biases. Yeah, that's some real shit. I'm just gonna be real with you, Lazy. Like, that's some real shit. You might want to take a look at that, because that's some sketchy ass shit you need to deal with. Right? Like, that's not, you don't tolerate those people, man. They've been here for fucking the whole thing. Yeah. That person was here for the degen conversation. They've been here the entire time. Yeah, fucking tech support pointing out. That was the person telling me to stop being gay and just have a traditional lifestyle. Right? But you didn't notice that, did you? I'm just telling you, man. I'm being real with you. You might want to check yourself on that one. So, either way. On to the next headline. In other news of shit that's probably not going to happen, but hey, it'd be nice if it did. The bill to end federal cannabis bans is getting a vote in the U.S. House this week. Resolution. If you mean the leftist space, it's because they're all... Never mind, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah. And in the same breath, Schiff has introduced a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. That is dead on arrival. That goes nowhere. But it is what it is. It's worth mentioning. It would be cool if it wasn't though. I know, right? But yeah, the cannabis ban has support. The elimination of the cannabis ban has support. The constitutional amendment's dead. That's dead on arrival. What that is sort of trying to get a hand count. That's trying to see who's for and against, and trying to provide. That Van Gogh room. That's midterm fodder. That's what that is. That's just an attempt to stir the pot and see who's where, and see if we can't provide some political ammunition where and when it's needed. But the pot ban thing, that actually has support. That could happen. I'm too old to fucking hold my breath There's too many fucking people on the take on both sides of the aisle. They're all fucking whores to corporations, Geo and Core Civic, and the biotech and pharmaceutical industry, and X, Y, and Z. It just, there's too many that like are straight up on the take that benefit financially from this. So I don't hold my breath on that one. But hey, if there's hope, like, you know, that would be badass if we could finally fucking get rid of at least the cannabis ban. I mean, the entire war on drugs needs ended, but this country is too fucking puritanical to even have that conversation at this point. Drugs? You're all on drugs. America's on more drugs than any other fucking country in the history of the world. Y'all are fucking on everything. Jesus Christ, you just pissed that the people making the money from the drugs are fucking not white dudes in business suits on Wall Street. That's all. You're just fucking jealous. That's all. It's fine. It's cool though. A doctor prescribed it. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. And the Sackler family gets to make billions to the tune of like $20 billion or some shit like that off of your opiate addiction. Oh, well, it's an opioid addiction. It's heroin. It's heroin. I know chemically heroin and a lot of these opioids are dissimilar. Trust me, I studied enough pharmacology and psychopharmacology to know the difference. But for the purposes of this discussion, it's fucking heroin. Right? Y'all got fucking heroin addictions. Like, half this fucking country has heroin addictions. It's ridiculous. But since it came in the form of a pill from a doctor, you feel morally and ethically superior to the fucking heroin addict who's shooting up in the street. Even though, functionally, frankly, you're getting a heavier dose. You're more of a junkie than the homeless dude down the street. So, fuck you. Right? Like, the entire drug war is unconstitutional. It's immoral. It's unethical. It was waged against the American people just so the Nixon administration, I mean, it started long before then, but the Nixon administration really kicked that shit into high gear because they wanted to go after the hippie protesters, the hippies protesting the Vietnam War, and they wanted to go after the black community who was saying, hey, could we have some civil rights and not have our skulls caved in by your jackbooted thugs every fucking day? And we know this. I've gone through this a billion times at this point, it feels like. John Ehrlichman, the advisor to the Nixon administration, straight up in an interview admitted that they knew what they were doing. Like, this isn't even speculative at this point. A fucking advisor to the Nixon administration said, did we know what we were doing? Yes. Like, it is straight up, the drug war is an unconstitutional war against the American people because the Nixon administration wanted to stay in Vietnam and they wanted to target black people because they were a bunch of racist fucks. That's it. That's the drug war in a nutshell. And we're still continuing to prosecute this bullshit. Even though the drugs won the drug war fucking 2 generations ago. Dig. My docs always act weird with me when I ask for low dosage pain meds. Like, bitch, I know what you're trying to do. Yep. Yeah, basically, beast. Basically. So there's those. There's those. You know. Oh, I should do that one as well. That one goes into the list. All right, there we go. Where's that fucking Pink Roses person? I really want that Pink Roses person who comes through and does all that fucking anti-liberal talking point shit that tries to conflate, yeah, I know, right, Viva? Viva said Ehrlichman equals honest man in German. Someone must have been quite the sarcastic person in that family. I want that fucking Pink Roses person to come through because they keep fucking, why do the fucking anarchists support? All right, here's fucking anarchists, right? Fuck Putin. Yeah, we know that it's more complicated. That it is more complicated, right? That's what that sign says. Fuck Putin. Yeah, we know it's more complicated than that. Against the war, against all states, no militarism, no borders, no nationalism, right? Like, this is the fucking anarchist position. And these idiots who argue with these fucking MLs who argue with liberals all day, every day, fucking have no idea. They're like, well, why are the anarchists supporting Ukraine? We're supporting Ukrainians. It's the same thing we've always done. We support Chinese citizens. We support Russian citizens. We support American citizens. We support indigenous people. We support them, not the structure, not the organization, not the hierarchy. Go fuck yourself. And I want that pink fucking roses person to be here because I have this picture locked and loaded. But of course that cunt isn't here. Fucking constantly. You're a lib, anarchist. Sure. Anyway, so the Chernobyl exclusion zone is on fire. I don't really have much more to say about it. I just thought I should mention it. That, like, you know, that place that's like highly irradiated is on fire. So, you know, if you're European, you might want to like pay attention to that. I mean, yeah, like 24,700 acres of the Chernobyl exclusion zone were on fire as of yesterday. Just thought I should mention it. You know, the last time we couldn't eat forest stuff for like 30 years. Jesus Christ. You support the U.S. cutting all Russian gas and oil supply to the EU countries? I don't care at this point, Boom. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. The entire thing needs fixing. The entire thing needs fixing. And occasionally, you know that meme about the fucking, with the like cabinet with the plates like stacked against the glass door, and the person comparing this to like they're saying that this is me at therapy, right? And somebody actually saying that like this is actually a good analogy because yeah, if you open the door, plates are going to break, but you have to rectify the situation. And maybe you'll salvage some plates and you'll clean up the mess and you'll get back to the point that you need to be. This needs to happen. This needs to happen. All of these systems need disrupting to some degree or another. There's too many fucking influences and shit, right? Like, yeah, you know what? I don't care. You know what? Saudi Arabia needs disempowered. The Russian oil industry needs disempowered. The U.S. oil and gas industry needs disempowered. Like, all of this shit needs to happen. Fucking, are the opportunists going to take advantage of it? You better fucking believe they are. Right? Can we create that perfect utopic solution for people? No. So, like, rip the Band-Aid off, get it done, and move on with your lives. Oh, yeah, I know about that island. The anthrax experiment island. In Scotland? Is it Scotland or... Yeah, it's Scotland. It's right there in the link. Yeah, it's in Scotland. Yeah, I know about that island. Fucking... I mean, it's safe. The fire won't, like, I'm sorry, like, fire's not going to spread anthrax. Like, that's not... Yeah. Like, it literally doesn't matter, to be perfectly honest. Right? The island where they tested anthrax on fire is just going to sterilize it. Like, that's actually a good thing. That's actually a good thing. They probably should have burned that place years ago and go from there. Yes, Dig. They found microplastics in our blood. So it is, Rev. It is a bacterium. So I understand what they were doing, but that's actually that. I'm gonna ask, where did they send them to? I'm gonna ask, non-binary, where did they send them to? That's crossing the line, even as a protester. And this is a fucking anarchist direct action guy talking. Like, that's what gives us bad names. Dude, it's a biological terrorist attack. Like, that's, what the fuck, man? That's some Weather Underground shit. Like, no offense, but, like, fuck them. Like, that's the shit that gets the left absolutely rammed by the government. Like that's, dude, that's the shit that brings them down on us full force. Oh yeah, the PFAs. Did your parents test them, or did the government of Britain test them? Yeah, I mean, it's borderline eco-fat. Like, it is, it's like, dude, it's terrorism. Like, depending on who tested, like, if they had them tested by a credible laboratory and they knew they were, and they had sterilized them doubly to make sure, and it was just clearly a publicity stunt, okay, I can allow for. But, dude, that's just straight up domestic terrorism at that point. That's not fucking activism. That's you mailing around fucking contaminated anthrax samples. That's sketchy as fuck. And it just makes the left look bad, which is, I mean, arguably worse. Oh, God. All right, so what did I have that... we can't watch that. Amazon HR and Amazon warehouse got caught taking down all of the fucking unionization stuff. Totally illegal. But they got caught on video. It's not worth watching. Just describing it. Just imagine some I'm going to be ableist. I'm going to be ableist here. Just everybody strap in, because I'm going to be ableist. I'm going to use a pejorative. I'm going to be totally politically incorrect. Some fat cunt fucking just waddling her way around the warehouse on behalf of HR for Amazon, fucking tearing down unionization paperwork and getting told off that, like, oh, you know that's illegal, right? And as soon as they turn their back after they put it up, she goes around and fucking tears it down again, and they got her on camera doing it. Fuck you, bitch. Right? Like, you bootlicking cunt. You absolute twat waffle, right? Like, just stop eating Jeff Bezos' ass. Oh, Kat, we already did that. Nobody cares. Like, we don't give a shit. We don't give a shit on a level that... Yeah, scabby fucking ass. Like, nobody gives a shit. So, like, yeah, that is what it is. Good news, everyone. Yeah, take the boot out your mouth and your head out your ass, bitch. Good news, everyone. The 12 states holding out against Medicaid expansion are the ones lagging in job market strength and income growth the most. Even the ones who signed up later to do Medicaid expansions because they were being federally funded, it literally didn't cost the states anything. Well, I mean, most of the states that are signing up for it anyway are red states, so it didn't cost them anything. It just cost the blue states. You know, it cost like New York and California something, because let's face it, New York and California are basically holding up the economy of this country at this point. Yeah, of course they are. Caboose. Of course they are. They're all GOP states. But yeah, the states holding out against Medicaid expansion are the ones who are lagging most behind in job market strength and income growth. Who would have guessed? Shocked. I'm just shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Yeah, red states are financial leeches on the American economy. That's been proven time and again. If you live in a GOP-controlled state, you take more funds than you give into the system. That's just how it works. They are welfare queens. Right? That's the accusation they level all the time, isn't it? Yes. So, yeah, that if you live in a red state, you're a drain on our economy. But my free market, copyright, registered trademark, makes for free, trademark, people, copyright, registered trademark. Don't you get it, guy? Thank you, tech support. Yeah, exactly, public. No big government. Dude, it's like that fucking, who is that fucking coach? The fucking Craig T. Nelson. That's this motherfucker. That dumb son bitch, right? Like, that guy straight up did a Fox News interview where he said, I believe the quote was, I was on Social Security and welfare and nobody gave me a handout. Right? Like, I think that's the quote. Here it is. I've been on food stamps and welfare. Anybody help me out? No. They gave me hope and they gave me encouragement and they gave me vision. That came from my education. I've been on food stamps and welfare. Anybody help me out? No. He said that during it's Fox News. I don't know who he's talking to here. What? Glenn Beck. He said it to Glenn Beck.
Bail me out. We are a capital. Not going to bail me out. I go into business. I don't.
So, yes. Of course, this would come out of a Glenn Beck interview. Cat. Yeah. Tech. What the ever-loving fuck. Exactly. Tech support, dude. They don't they legitimately don't get it. They legitimately don't get it. 100%. They're living in their own little bubble reality. Yes. Dig. Yeah. No, there's more white people on assistance. Food stamps, welfare, fucking SSI, fucking SSDI, heating oil program, X, Y, Z. Take your fucking pick. But yes, there are more white people on welfare than there are any other demographic. Yes, the true welfare queens in our society are poor white people from red states. Sorry. That's some Ayn Rand level hypocrisy. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Wither, it actually is a raw number. When you look at certain programs like Medicaid, it's a raw number. It's a raw number. Why would I fuck your girlfriend? I'm gay. And frankly, she's probably not attractive enough for me. So why would I be jealous of you having sex with your girlfriend? Oh, of course, Beast. Of course. Anybody who literally announces, I just had sex with my girlfriend. You fucking losers can't get laid. That motherfucker's never seen the inside of a vagina. Like, this is some virgin shit. This is the shit. This is the shit that kids do, right? This is the sort of stuff 14-year-olds do. Non-binary. I'm jealous of Kai's ability to hook up with people. I feel called out. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. I mean, like I said, you know, yesterday, dude, I probably could have gotten laid. If I really went for it, if I really rolled the dice, I could probably have gotten laid, I don't know, 8, 12 times yesterday. It's not complicated. As a gay dude who looks halfway good and lives in a metropolitan area, it's like that. I'm not kidding you. I had a dude just roll through and blow me. It's his whole gig. He's like fucking sucking dudes' dicks. Simple as that. Game over and blew me. So, either way. Oh, I want to have a conversation with this person. Hey, Cookie Dough. Hey, Cookie Dough. I want to have a conversation with you. And now that you're done servicing your girlfriend, you can join me on air to have a conversation. I would love to explore the inner recesses of your mind. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're all calm. You fucking relaxed after that. You got to relieve yourself. I know, right? With her, I fucked her dry. Like that's not a good thing, right? As an unattractive trans woman in a non-urban area, I could pull plenty of hookups on Grindr. Yeah, I don't even use Grindr. I don't even need, dude, if I used Grindr, those numbers would be stupid. Oh, by the way, the one you want is Sniffies. If you're a gay man, the one you're after is Sniffies, not Grindr. It runs in your own like mobile browser. Yeah, that's the one you want. Trust me. You get the job done. If you're just looking to get it wet, that'll get the job done. So yeah, Cookie Dough, come on in the air. I can't wait to engage in the dialectical exercise with you. Oh, I can't wait to explore the inner recesses of your mind. I'm sure you're playing some 12D chess for sure, and you will absolutely demonstrably just demolish the lefty or own the leftist. Whatever Ben Shapiro-esque verbiage you choose. By all means. I leave it to you to title your YouTube video. But I have to help my girlfriend. You're not going to be right back. You notice every time that they get challenged, they have to go. They're gone now. Yes, they are a boring one, so they have to go now. Anyway. So Wither, back on, the actual, as far as Medicaid numbers go, it's a raw number. Forget percentages. White people are per capita higher and raw number higher. It is both. White people are using more Medicaid than black people, than Hispanic. That's just how it is. Yeah. So, anyway. Kat said, dude, imagine how much you have to despise life to be a conservative 13-year-old. Oh, God, I know, right? Virgin as fuck. Yeah, oh, yeah, no, I mean, that was middle school shit. Hey, y'all, I just fucked my girlfriend dry. Okay, well, you don't know anything about sex then. That's some Ben Shapiro level understanding of sex, which is not good. Anyway. So, back to the list. Oh yes, this is a fun one for you. I'm sure a few of you are affected by this headline. So, new study. I'll put the link in chat. Okay, I'll put the link in chat. Chad, the link is in. Published in PLS Medicine. Here's the long and short of it. Researchers used more than a decade's worth of health data from 102,865. So your N on this study is 102,865. If you're looking for a decent sample size, they went through more than a decade worth of health data for over 100,000 French volunteers. Here's what they found. Consumption of artificial sweeteners was associated with an increased risk of cancer. It's that fucking simple. And they specifically, the researchers found that those who consumed any kind of artificial sweetener had a 13 to 14% higher probability of developing cancer than those who did not. They looked at 3 individual common sweeteners: aspartame, acesulfame potassium, and sucralose. Okay. Acesulfame potassium is sold in the U.S. under the brand names of Sonnet and Sweet One. Aspartame is sold as NutraSweet or Equal, and sucralose you probably know as Splenda. Cancer rates were 15% greater for higher consumers of aspartame and 12% greater for lower consumers. More than the others, aspartame intake was associated with increased risk of breast cancer and a 22% greater chance for higher consumers. Cancer rates were 13% greater for higher consumers of acesulfame potassium and 12% for the lower consumers of it. Sucralose seemed to have the least association with cancer. Rates were not greater for higher consumers and 3% greater for lower consumers. So yes. Because the artificial sweeteners vary, they, quote, vastly differ on how much each is needed for a desired sweetness, the researchers calculated measurements of high and low. That's why they have those highs and lows. They all numbers, the results were adjusted to account for factors such as relative cancer risk, including age, gender, tobacco use, and to make them more representative for the entire French population. So, there you go. I just thought I'd mention it. That artificial sweeteners are associated with a higher rate of cancer. Do with that information as you will. Yeah, I'm maple syrup. I mean, dig, I'm a Vermonter, right? Like maple syrup flows through my veins. Yeah, I use maple syrup or coconut sugar. Those are my two sweeteners. Coconut sugar, if like a fruit salad or something, I'll use a little salt and some coconut sugar. But yeah, basically born in maple syrup. Yeah, it flows through my fucking veins. It's just a part of me. But yeah, artificial sweeteners. Don't fuck around with them, kids. Don't fuck around with them. What was the other one? Oh yeah. Oh, that would be nice, Nixa. Need to make a huge batch of barley sugar, says Nixa. Yeah, you merely adopted the syrup. Exactly. Yep, all the sodas have been reduced in sugar and added artificial sweetener. Yeah, oh yeah. It's fucking, I mean. Time to plaster my local Starbucks with QR codes, code posters calling out the cancer powder, says tech support. Dude, tech support, if you do it, take a photo just of like the wherever you put it and put it up on the Discord server. I want to see it. Yeah. Oh man. So I know this is going to break a lot of your guys' hearts. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance, but unfortunately, the People's Convoy is giving up and leaving Washington, D.C. after 3 weeks of, well, doing nothing but fuck up traffic. So it seems like the people have lost. The elites, the Hillary Rodham Clintons, the pizza gators, these globalist scum that are trafficking our children, they have won once again. The People's Convoy has given up. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. Anyway, God, Punk, damn, I was hoping to run into him on my trip to DC. Sorry, Punk. Sorry, man. I heard they tried to come here and 3 people showed up. Dig, I didn't even hear they tried to come here. Yep, rip Liberty. Exactly, Mr. Sir. Exactly, rip Liberty. Rugrats in Paris, man. Rugrats in Paris. So, also, I same vein. Dude, they just gave up. Fascism has in fact won. Exactly, Cat. With a dude, they just gave up. Nobody gave a shit. In the same vein, right? I know a lot of you were looking to get employment in the new Afghan government after the Taliban takeover. Like, I knew that, like, you know, I was aware that plenty of my viewers in their community, the greater milieu, especially anarchists, were looking to get gainful employment and stop leeching off the state, as you all tend to do, and seek employment in that new Taliban-run Afghan government. But unfortunately, I have to tell you that all employees of the Afghan government are now required to bear beards. If you do not have a beard, you are not allowed to work for the Afghan government as it stands now. So if you're a dude, like if you're a male bro guy dude, sort of dude, and you can't, if you've got a patchy beard and you can't really grow a proper one, then unfortunately you're not going to be able to get in. And if you're like a she dude type dude and like you don't grow beards to start with, then you can't get in either. Or if you just don't like the fact that you don't want to wear a beard, like you just it's itchy and shit like that on you, then you can't get the job either. I know. Yes, in fact, Rev, they do differentiate between a beard and a goatee. A goatee does not count. It is a beard. It is actually required to be a beard. Yes. That is a thing. What if I glue on a fake one? Hey, you know what? These idiots might actually buy it, Beast. Beast asks, what if I glue on a fake one? Yeah, they might actually buy it, Beast. Dang, I can work for the Afghan government in a month, huh? Well, tech support? Maybe. I mean, new future. I heard that the Afghan government, the Taliban, has like zero computer knowledge. And so like they couldn't run anything. And so maybe you could bring some of that, like, you know, computer knowledge to bear for the Taliban and the government, you know? Just get that beard. Gotta have that beard though. But get that beard out, man. And you got a whole new career ahead of you. I'm sure they can compensate you effectively, and I don't know whether they have goats or something, you know. But either way, Beast said, I hear they have a great perk package. Yeah, fucking 12-year-old boys. Anyway, so yeah, so Time for Hubs to shave. Nixa. Rev said even better than goats. They've got 72 virgin goats. Oh, dig, it's so nice out. Actually, hang on. We had dust storm advisories earlier in the day, and now it was sprinkling before I came on air, and now it's all windy and cold outside. It's fucking brilliant. It gets us some fucking fresh air in this room. Get it moving. It just barely sprinkled here, Cat, so it hasn't been a big deal. No, it's like fucking, yeah, it does. Taliban government back to being a sausage fest. Exactly, General Strike. Exactly. You had rain and hail. Good on you. Good on you, Caboose. Wait, Destiny got a permaban? Like, for real? Is that a real thing? Do we know that for sure? Is Lauren Southern, is his secret girlfriend Lauren Southern going to try and get a perma ban in solidarity with him, just like she got a stream ban in solidarity with him when he first got his ban? Not that I'm saying that Lauren Southern and Destiny are secretly a couple. I would never imply that, of course. Well, I know she got a temp ban. Look, all I heard, people are saying this may be rumor, this may be speculation, I don't know, but allegedly, I heard people talking about the fact that Vosh and Tim Pool are a secret couple as well. Apparently, Vosh has been mushing Tim Pool's beanie-covered head into a pillow regularly for like 2 years, according to people I heard saying. Like, it's allegedly, I don't know. Anyway, I'm trying to get that one started. I think that's hilarious. All right, what do we got? Exactly, public. Everyone is fucking everyone. Well, it's an indefinite. It's not necessarily permanent. Oh, no. Okay. No, it's permanent. Never mind. Well, it's semi-permanent the way fucking Twitch works. Twitch is fucking stupid. All right. So here is the notice. Hateful conduct. And then here is the review. So here's the hateful conduct. It's an indefinite suspension. And then the account was suspended. After reviewing, we've decided your account will remain suspended due to your violation of community guidelines. So the way indefinite suspensions work on Twitch is, wait, is he still here? No, he's not in the user list. So the way indefinite suspensions work on Twitch is they're just indefinite. They're not permanent. Twitch doesn't have a permanent ban. That's not a thing Twitch has. They have an indefinite suspension. So what Destiny can do is ask for an appeal review every few months, next year, that sort of thing. Like in 3 months, he can ask for a review and he can state that, like, I've learned my lesson and that sort of thing. You can check my Twitter that, like, I'm better these days and I want to X, Y, blah, 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 blah. All right. So he can further appeal. Well, yeah, well, boom, I'm going to straight up say those sites saying it's permanent don't understand how Twitch suspensions work. And having just gone through an indefinite suspension myself, I think I'm better qualified for it than like PC gamer, right? Like it is what it is, right? Like they have what are qualified as indefinite suspensions, meaning we're going to leave you suspended until we decide otherwise. So like, but the appeal, you can appeal multiple times. There's no like one singular appeal you can do and then you're done. It's not like YouTube where you appeal a community guideline breach, and if your appeal is denied, that's it. There's no further appeal process. On Twitch, the way it works is that you can appeal again. Now they will tell you off if you appeal too quickly, sort of thing. But you can come back in 3 months, 8 months, 12 months, 15 months, and appeal your ban again. And so there is no such thing as a permanent ban on Twitch. Now, as to how Twitch treats you, you may actually be perma-banned behind the scenes, but functionally there is no perma-ban. Thousands, boss. Thousands. So, yeah, that is the method by which suspensions work on Twitch. You have temporary suspensions that automatically clear in an amount of time. And then you have indefinite suspensions. And so you have to appeal, and then the appeals process is what determines whether that indefinite suspension stands or not. And the current status of Destiny's appeal, per his own documentation that he provided, shows that they are going to let the indefinite suspension stand at this time, meaning for the foreseeable future, Destiny is functionally permanently banned. But again, there is no such thing as a permanent ban on Twitch. And they have shown that indefinite suspensions in the past that they deny appeals for, they then later grant appeals for. So Twitch has shown prior that like they will reverse indefinite suspensions that seemingly are technically permanent. I saw you Mayo. I literally went through this myself. Like this is firsthand knowledge I'm talking about here. This isn't fucking some shit I read on the internet. I literally have an indefinite suspension on my account. I've been through this appeals process. I've spoken to the people who speak to the Twitch mods. Like this is firsthand knowledge I'm passing on to you about the Twitch suspension process. Like I get that there's different degrees, and I'm explaining them to you, and I'm explaining how that appeals process works behind the scenes. Put it on receive, man. Because one of them is clocked. There is a suspension and an indefinite suspension. The suspension automatically gets a time period put into it. 3 days, 7 days, 30 days. At the end of that time period, your account automatically comes off of suspension and it's lifted. Then there is an indefinite suspension. And that is where the difference lies. So temporarily is a suspension. Indefinite suspension is currently unavailable, and channel closed is I shut the channel down. Weasel probably. I don't follow the fucking like what they get banned for in their drama and shit like that. But okay, so Resolution's confirming it for us. And Resolution has proven themselves to be trustworthy. And then indefinitely again comes tech support. Yeah. Indefinite suspensions are the ones that say the channel is unavailable. And then the temporarily one is just a suspension, which is a timer. Like Alex got, Alex got a temporary suspension. That's what he got. It was, I don't know, 3 weeks or 2 weeks or some shit like that. And as soon as the clock runs out, your account automatically comes back. Indefinite suspensions like mine list the channel as unavailable, and then it has to go through an appeals process. And apparently I won my appeals process, mainly because I'm not the one who was stating violent hate speech. It was the GOP fuckers who want gay kids dead, you piece of shit Twitch mods. But either way, no, I'm never going to let that one die. Oh, I'm sure Infrared's been suspended a bunch of times. Yeah, and he's still here. All reminds me of the trial by Kafka. I hate saying things are Kafka-esque, but you're not wrong, Punk. Like, legitimately, this is kind of... It is. So... Okay. I was wondering exactly what clip got him, but somebody's got it here. Okay. Got it. I mean, do you know how many times I've seen right-wingers and shit say that joke or make that reference on this fucking platform and they don't do shit about it? I mean, I'm not saying, like, I'm not defending Destiny here. I'm defending, like, equal enforcement of policy. It's seemingly that, like, right-wingers get away with this shit that Destiny got smacked down for. Now, granted, Destiny's got a fucking history, right? I get it. But, like, it seems that Twitch mods do not apply equally. Let's just put it that way. No worries, Punk. Duly noted, though. If you misspell, it's because you're cold, not drunk. Remember that movie from Brazil from, like, 1985? Yeah, that feels relevant. Tech support said. Yeah. And hey there, Swede, by the way. So let's talk about Christy Gnome. It's just a short little headline. I'm just going to mention here. Christy Gnome, N-O-E-M. Christy Gnome is the sitting governor of South Dakota. She is, of course, a member of the Republican Party. And she was U.S. representative for South Dakota's congressional district, largest congressional district, from 2011 to 2019, for when she then ascended to the gubernatorial position in South Dakota. Now, why am I mentioning Governor Christy Gnome? It's because she felt it was necessary that she block the automatic removal of old marijuana charges from background checks in her state. She felt that even though somebody might legally use cannabis now, the fact that they used it illegally back then, and given the disparity of policing of cannabis laws and enforcement in her state, there might be something you would want to infer from that. That anyone who has an old marijuana charge should not actually get it automatically removed from their background checks, and that they should have to undergo a lengthy and costly legal process for review to see if they can get that charge expunged from their record. I can't imagine that acting as some sort of, I don't know, socioeconomic filter of sorts. So, you know, I'm sure she means well. I'm sure she means well. She has the best of intentions, I'm sure. Racist twat. Anyway. Let's see. I don't know. I think I might hold off doing Popo's Bizarre Adventures today. I hate people like this, says Dig. How my family thinks of it too. I get into major arguments. Yeah. I think I may hold off doing Popo's Bizarre Adventures today. I think I may do it I might do it Wednesday. Tuesdays, you know, are the late show. That's the after dark. So I don't think it's appropriate for Tuesdays ever. But I think I'm going to do it Wednesday. Also, the artwork is underway for Popo's Bizarre Adventures. Lovely lady in Malaysia is working on drawing me as a JoJo's character. Apparently, I'm getting a traditional JoJo's garb as well, because she asked. She said, do you want like traditional like JoJo's clothes as well? I don't know what the nature of it is going to be. I might be ducking like a police nightstick or something like that. I have no idea what the nature of it is, but I will be a JoJo's character, and it is she understands it's to be a YouTube thumbnail for a recurring series. So I have to have a spot to be able to put text on it, that sort of thing. But within the next 10 days or so. It's due 5 days, but revisions and that sort of thing. We have an agreement for 5 days, but I've got a couple few revisions on it. So yeah. So I've been holding on to the last Popo's Bizarre Adventures episode, and so I think I'll push the next Popo's Bizarre Adventures to Wednesday. I've got a list. But yeah, I'm starting to, like, we have to have thumbnails for YouTube and shit like that. And so I'm starting to get the collection going. I want to get a trio or something of like 3-5 thumbnails of like 4 like normal stuff. I don't know, but we will see from there. Oh shit. You know what I didn't do? Fuck me. Does anybody remember what day? Oh, fuck. I bet I deleted that. I bet I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it. I bet I deleted that source. I bet I deleted that source. When did I do the last reading from Rules for Radicals? Fuck me. Does anybody remember? Oh, no, Wither, you just haven't been here for it. I did one like a few days ago. Last Monday, says Square. Thank you, Square. So last Monday. Yeah, 21st. Are you sure? You're sure on that one, Square? On communication? Yep. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Square. That at least gives me a point to work off of. So let's see. Today is Monday. So that's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. Right? Yeah. Okay. So Tuesday, Monday. So that one. Yeah, for sure. I deleted this one. 446, something like that. Are we sure about this? I don't. Tuesday? All right. So that would be 446, 447 probably. No, last Tuesday was the T-Wizard. That entire stream was T-Wizard. The entirety of the stream wizard, the entirety of the stream on Tuesday was T-Wizard. 100%. I'm going to have to Trump Kid 2020 before it, read it, and flipped out on playing zombies. Monday, says Cassidy. Monday? Well then, oh wait, hang on. That's... Wait a second. If that's the night of shit technology, then all right, there's Zomboid. It's 4:48. It's 4:48. So that would have been found it. Found it. Thank you. Thanks for at least helping me hone in on it. The fact that it was the like Zomboid the fact that I lost my shit and it was Zomboid night, like I that helps me. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rip that. And that was not Monday. Just so y'all know. Edit details on 448. Show more. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got it on YouTube. Yeah, I got it on YouTube. Okay, was it Monday? Jesus Christ. Either way. It's 4:48. It's episode 4:48. I've got it. Thank you. Please and thank you or whatever. I can just grab it. And I'll clip it. Because, yeah, I completely forgot to clip that. Oof. Yeah, I'll leave that to download later. All right, so 4:48. Clip rules for. All right. All right. It's due tonight. There we go. All right, we'll pause this music. We'll do some reading. How far are we? We are. You know what? We're past halfway in this book. We are past halfway. Dude, as far as a lot of shit goes on this channel, I require you guys to help a brother out. All right, so let's turn off the donations. Let's turn off the Twitch alerts and the main channel commands. Done and done. Let me go close the door because fucking, noises from outside. Already done, Cassidy. Thank you, though. Already done. All right. I moved it to the top of my scene list or my source list, so I know to turn it off. It's literally at the top of the source list now. And then all right. So this is Letter Dig. Take care of yourself. What is today? Today is 4:51. All right. 4:51. There we go. All right. In the beginning. In the beginning. Anyway. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it's that side. Cool. I'll use that as a screenshot to fucking create the thumbnail. How long is this chapter? Because I feel like I remember this is a long chapter. It is a long chapter. Yeah. This is where he starts getting lengthy. The tactics chapter as well is fucking rough to do. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure tactics is, yeah, okay. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Yeah, these are some long chapters. All right, we ready? We're going to be here for a little bit. Y'all knew, well, that tactics comes after in the beginning, Kaiser. So the next section is what you're after. Y'all know the deal. You're adorable. How did you come to that conclusion? Anyway, I need to be reading, not interacting with people who don't know how definitional sets work, but this is going to be fun. Why is my willingness to adopt stratagem and tactics from somebody who's an effective community organizer make me less of an anarchist? I would love to hear this answer. Y'all know the deal, though. When I'm reading, I won't be engaging in chat, and you're going to have to answer questions if anybody comes through and asks stuff. Again, you failed to answer my question. Why am I not an anarchist? Because your memory means nothing to me. I mean, you mean very little to me, frankly. But I am curious. Typey. In fact, I am very much an anarchist. I'm a post-left, post-anarchist. I've been ascribing to and educating people on and engaging in direct action utilizing anarchist techniques for over 20 years now. So I'm just curious as to how I failed to met your definitional set. But my anarchism isn't reliant upon you. So this is merely done for my own personal amusement at this point. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no, I just misread that then. Did they say, aren't you an anarchist? Okay, cool. Well, then I apologize for being confrontational. But given that I was mid-stroke on reading. So, my apologies. Anyway, let's begin. This is going to be we got a few pages on this one, guys. We got a few pages. In the beginning is a few... Jesus, there we go. What are we, 125? Fucking... We got about 26 pages. About 26 pages worth to work through. So it's going to be a bit of a slog. It's going to be a bit of a slog. Oh, I need to get this. Oh, Jesus, I need to get off my foot. There we go. Oh, fucking A, that thing was squeezing my fucking foot. Needed it during workout. Don't need it now. All right, so for my own cueing, there we go. Y'all know the deal. In the beginning, the incoming organizer must establish his identity, or putting it another way, get his license to operate. He must have a reason for being there, a reason acceptable to the people. Any stranger is suspect. Who's the cat? What's he asking all those questions for? Is he really the cops or the FBI? What's his bag? What's he really after? What's in it for him? Who's he working for? The answers to those questions must be acceptable in the terms of the experience of the community. If the organizer begins with the affirmation of his love for people, he promptly turns everyone off. If, on the other hand, he begins with a denunciation of exploiting employers, slumlords, police shakedowns, gouging merchants, he is inside their experience and they can accept it. People can make judgments only on the basis of their own experiences. And the question in their minds is, if we were in the organizer's position, would we do what they are doing? And if so, why? Until they have an answer that is at least somewhat acceptable, they find it difficult to understand and accept said organizer. His acceptance as an organizer depends on his success in convincing key people and many others, first, that he is on their side, and second, that he has ideas and knows how to fight to change things, that he's not one of those guys doing his thing, and that he's a winner. Otherwise, who needs him? All their presence means is that the census changes from 225,000 to 225,001. It's not enough to persuade them of your competence, talents, and courage. They must have faith in your ability and courage. They must believe in your capacity, not just to provide the opportunity for action, power, change, adventure, a piece of drama of life, but to give a very definite promise and almost an assurance of victory. They must also have faith in your courage to fight the oppressive establishment. Courage that they, too, will begin to get once they have the protective armor of a power organization, but don't have during the first lonely steps forward. Love and faith are not common companions. More commonly, power and fear consort with faith. The have-nots have a limited faith in the worth of their own judgments. They still look to the judgments of the haves. They respect the strength of the upper class, and they believe that the haves are more intelligent, more competent, and endowed with something special. Distance has a way of enhancing power so that respect becomes tinged with reverence. The haves are the authorities, and thus the beneficiaries of the various myths and legends that always develop around power. The have-nots will believe them where they would be hesitant and uncertain about their own judgments. Power is not to be crossed. One must respect and obey. Power means strength, whereas love is a human frailty the people mistrust. It's a sad fact of life that power and fear are the fountainheads of faith. The job of the organizer is to maneuver and bait the establishment so that it will publicly attack them as a dangerous enemy. The word enemy is sufficient to put the organizer on the side of the people, to identify him with the have-nots, but it's not enough to endow them with the special qualities that induce fear, and thus give them the means to establish their own power against the establishment. Here again, we find that it is power and fear that are essential to the development of faith. This need is met by the establishment's use of the brand dangerous. For in that one word, the establishment reveals its fear of the organizer, its fear that he represents a threat to the omnipotence. Now the organizer has their birth certificate and can begin their work. In 1939, when I first began to organize back at the old Chicago stockyards on the site of Upton Sinclair's jungle, I acted in such a way that within a few weeks, the meat packers publicly pronounced me as, quote, subversive menace. The Chicago Tribune's adoption of me as a public enemy of law and order, a radical's radical, gave me a perennial and constantly renewable baptismal certificate in the city of Chicago. A generation later, in a black community on Chicago's South Side, next to my alma mater, the University of Chicago, it was the university's virulent personal attacks on me, augmented by attacks by the press, that strengthened my credentials with the black community, somewhat suspicious of a white skin. Eastman Kodak and the Gannett newspaper chain did the same for me in Rochester, New York. In both black ghettos in Chicago and Rochester, the reaction was, quote, the way the fat cat white newspapers are ripping hell out of Alinsky, he must be all right. I could very easily have gone into either Houston, Texas, or Oakland, California. In the former, the Ku Klux Klan appeared at the airport in full regalia with threats against my personal security. The Houston press printed charges against me by the mayor of Houston, and there was a mass picket line by the John Birch Society. In Oakland, the city council, fearing the possibility of my coming into Oakland, passed a widely publicized special resolution declaring me unwelcome in the city. In both cases, the black communities were treated to the spectacle of seeing the establishment react with unusually severe fear and hysteria. Establishing one's credentials of competency is only part of the organizer's first job. They need other credentials to begin, credentials that enable them to meet the questions, who asked you to come here? With the answer, you did. They must be invited by a significant sector of the local population, their churches, street organizations, social clubs, or other groups. Today, my notoriety and the hysterical instant reaction of the establishment not only validate my credentials of competency, but also ensure automatic popular invitations. An example was the invitation into the black ghettos of Rochester. In 1964, Rochester exploded in a bloody race riot, resulting in the recalling of the National Guard. The fatal crash of a police helicopter and considerable loss of life and property. In its wake, the city was numb with shock. A city proud of its affluence, culture, and progressive churches was dazed and guilt-ridden at its rude discovery of the misery of life in that ghetto and of its failure to do anything about it. The City Council of Churches, representing the Protestant churches, approached me and asked me if I would be available to help organize the black community to get equality, jobs, housing, quality education, and particularly power to participate in the decision-making in all public programs involving their people. They also demanded that the representatives of the black community be those chosen by the black community and not of those selected by the white establishment. I advised the church council of the cost and said that my organization was available. The council agreed to the cost and invited us to come and organize. I replied then that the churches had a right to invite us in to organize their people in their neighborhoods, but they had no right to speak for, let alone invite anyone into the black community. I emphasized that we were not a colonial power like the churches who sent their missionaries everywhere, whether they were invited or not. The black community had been silent, but at that point, panic gripped the white establishment. The Rochester Press, in front page stories and editorials, raised the cry that if I came to Rochester, it would mean the end of good fellowship, of Brotherhood Week, of Christian understanding between black and white. It meant that I would say to the blacks, the only way you can get your legitimate rights is to organize, get the power, and tell the white establishment either come around or else. The black community read and heard and agreed. Between the press and the mass media, you would have assumed that my coming to Rochester was equivalent to the cities being invaded by the Russians or the Chinese and the bubonic plague simultaneously. Rochesterians will never forget it, and one had to be there to believe it. And so we were invited in by nearly every church and organization in the black community and by petitions signed by thousands of residents. Now we had a legitimate right to be there, even more of a right than any of the inviting organizations in the ghetto, for even they had not been invited in by the mass of their community. This advantage is the dividend of reputation. But the important issue here is how the organizer without a reputation gets that invitation. The organizer's job is to disseminate an invitation for themselves, to agitate, introduce ideas, get people pregnant with hope and a desire for change, and to identify you as the person who most qualified for this purpose. Here, the tool of the organizer in the agitation leading to the invitation, as well as the actual organization and education of local leadership, is the use of the question, the Socratic method. Organizer. It's a proposed conversation between an organizer and an answerer. Organizer: do you live over in that slummy building? Answer: yeah, what about it? What the hell do you live there for? What do you mean, what do I live there for? What else am I going to live? I'm on welfare. Oh, you mean you pay rent in that place? Come on, is this a put on? I mean, funny. You know, where can you live for free? That place looks like it's crawling with rats and bugs. Sure is. Did you ever try to get that landlord to do anything about it? Try to get him to do anything about anything. If you don't like it, get out. That's all they have to say. There's plenty more waiting. What if you didn't pay your rent? They throw us out in 10 minutes. What if nobody in that building paid their rent? Well, they'd start to throw... Hey, you know, they'd have trouble throwing everyone out, wouldn't they? Yeah, I guess they would. Hey, you know, maybe you got something. Say, I'd like you to meet one of my friends. How about a drink? That's how an organizer starts step one. Policy after power. One of the great problems in the beginning of an organization is often that the people do not know what they want. Discovering this stirs up in the organizer that inner doubt shared by so many, whether the masses of people are competent to make decisions for a democratic society. It is the schizophrenia of a free society that we outwardly espouse faith in the people, but inwardly have strong doubts whether the people can be trusted. These reservations can destroy the effectiveness of the most creative and talented organizers. Many times, contact with low-income groups does not fire one with enthusiasm for the political gospel of democracy. This disillusionment comes partly because we romanticize the poor in a way we romanticize other sectors of society, and partly because when you talk with any people, you find yourself confronted with cliches, a variety of superficial, stereotyped responses, and a general lack of information. In a black ghetto, if you ask what's wrong, you're told, well, the schools are segregated. What do you think should be done to make better schools? Well, they should be desegregated. How? Well, you know. And if you say you don't know, then a lack of knowledge or an inability on the part of the one you're talking to may show itself in a defensive, hostile reaction. Well, you whites were responsible for the segregation in the first place. We didn't do it, so it's your problem, not ours. You started it, you finish it. If you pursue the point by asking, well, what else is wrong with the schools right now? You get the answer, the buildings are old, the teachers are bad, we've got to have change. Well, what kind of change? Well, everybody knows things have to be changed. That's usually the end of the line. If you push it any further, you come again to a hostile, defensive reaction, or to withdrawal as they suddenly remember they have to be somewhere else. The issue that is not clear to organizers, missionaries, educators, or any other outsider, really, is simply that if people feel they don't have power to change a bad situation, then they don't think about it. Why start figuring out how you're going to spend $1 million if you don't have $1 million, or are ever going to have $1 million, unless you want to engage in fantasy? Once people are organized so that they have the power to make changes, then when confronted with questions of change, they begin to think and to ask questions about how to make those changes. If the teachers in school are bad, then what do we mean by a bad teacher? What is a good teacher? How do we get good teachers? When we say our children do not understand what the teachers are talking about, and our teachers do not understand what the children are talking about, then we ask how communication can be established. Why cannot teachers communicate with the children? And the latter with the teachers? What are the hang-ups? Why don't the teachers understand what the values are in our neighborhoods? How can we make them understand? All these and many other perceptive questions begin to arise. It's when people have a genuine opportunity to act and to change conditions that they begin to think their problems through. Then they show their competence. Then they raise the right questions. Then they seek special counsel and look for those answers. Then you begin to realize that believing in people is not just a romantic myth. But here you see that the first requirement for communication and education is for people to have a reason for knowing. It is the creation of the instrument or the circumstances of power that provides the reason and makes knowledge essential. Remember that a powerless people will not be purposefully curious about life, and that they then cease being alive. Something else that comes with experience is the knowledge that the resolution of a particular problem will bring on another problem. The organizer may know this, but doesn't mention it. Because if they did, it would invite and encounter a feeling of futility on the part of the others. Why bother doing this if it means another problem? We fight and win, and what? What have we won? So let's forget it. They know, too, that what we fight for now as matters of life and death will soon be forgotten, and that changed situations will change desires and issues. It's common for policy to be the product of power. You begin to build power for a particular program, and then the program changes when some power has been built. The reaction of the Woodlawn leaders was typical on this point. In the beginning of the organization of the Black Ghetto of Woodlawn, there were 5 major issues involving urban renewal, all centering on stopping the close-by University of Chicago from bulldozing the ghetto. The Woodlawn organization quickly developed power and scored a series of victories. 8 months later, the city of Chicago issued a new policy statement on urban renewal. That day, the leaders of the Woodlawn organization stormed into my office, angrily denouncing the policy statement. The city can't get away with this. Who do they think they are? They will put barricades in our street. We will fight. Throughout the tirade, it never occurred to any of those angry leaders that the city's new policy granted all 5 demands for which the Woodlawn organization began. Then they were fighting for hamburger. Now they wanted filet mignon. So it goes. And why not? An organizer knows that life is a sea of shifting desires, changing elements of relativity and uncertainty, and yet they must stay within the experience of the people they are working with and act in terms of specific resolutions and answers, of definitiveness and certainty. To do otherwise would be to stifle organization and action, for what the organizer accepts as uncertainty would be seen by them as terrifying chaos. In the early days, the organizer moves out front of any situation of risk where the power of the establishment can get someone's job, call in an overdue payment, or any other form of retaliation, partly because these dangers would cause many local people to back off from the conflict. Here, the organizer serves as a protective shield. If anything goes wrong, it's all their fault. They have the responsibility. If they're successful, all credit goes to the local people. The organizer acts as a septic tank in the early stages. They get all the shit. Later, as power increases, the risk diminishes, and gradually the people step out front to take the risks. This is part of the process of growing up, both for the local community leaders and for the organization itself. The organizer must know and be sensitive to the shadows that surround them during their first days in the community. One of the shadows is just about as impossible for people to fully understand, much less adhere to, a totally new idea. The fear of change is, as discussed earlier, one of our deepest fears. And a new idea must be at the very least couched in the language of past ideas. Often it must be at first diluted with the vestiges of the past. Rationalizations. A large shadow over organizing efforts in the beginning is then rationalization. Everyone has a reason or a rationalization for what they do or don't do. No matter what, every action carries its rationalization. One of Chicago's political ward bosses, nationally notorious for his use of the chain ballot and multiple voting, once unleashed a tirade well seasoned with alcohol on my being a disloyal American. He climaxed with, "And you, Alinsky, when that great day of America, Election Day, comes around, that day of the right to vote for which our ancestors fought and died, when that great day comes around, you care so little for your country that you never even bother to vote more than once." Organizing. One must be aware of the tremendous importance of understanding the part played by rationalization on a mass basis. It is similar to the function on an individual basis. On a mass basis, it is the community's residents and leadership's justification for why they have not been able to do anything until the organizer appeared. It is primarily a subconscious feeling that the organizer is looking down on them, wondering why they did not have the intelligence, so to speak, and the insights to realize that through organization and the securing of power, they could have resolved many of the problems they've lived with for so many of these years. Why did they have to wait for him? With this going on in their minds, they throw up a whole series of arguments against various organizational procedures, but they're not real arguments. Simply attempts to justify the fact that they have not moved or organized in the past. Most people find this necessary, not only to justify themselves to the organizer, but also to themselves. It's in an individual, a psychiatrist would call these rationalizations. As we call them here, defenses. The patient has a series of defenses, which in therapy have to be broken through to get to the problem, which the patient then is compelled to confront. Chasing rationalizations is like attempting to find the rainbow. Rationalizations must be recognized as such so that the organizer does not get trapped in communication problems or in treating them as real situations. An extreme example, but one that very clearly spelled out the nature of rationalizations, came about 3 years ago when I met with various Canadian Indigenous leaders in the north of a Canadian province. I was there at the invitation of these leaders who wanted to discuss their problems and solicit my advice. The problems of the Canadian Indigenous are very similar to those of the American Indigenous. They're on reservations. They're segregated, relatively speaking, and they suffer from all the general discriminatory practices Indigenous people have been subjected to since the white man took over North America. In Canada, the census figures on the Indigenous population ranges from 150,000 to 225,000 out of a total population estimated at between 22 and 24 million. The conversation began with my suggesting that the general approach should be that the Indigenous people get together, crossing all tribal lines, and organize. Because of their relatively small numbers, I thought that they should then work with various sectors of the white liberal population, gain them as allies, and then begin to move nationally. Immediately, I ran into rationalizations. The dialogue went something like this. I should preface this by noting that it was quite obvious what was happening since I could see the way they were looking at each other as they were thinking. So we invite this white organizer from south of the border to come up here, and he tells us to get organized and to do these things. What must be going through his mind is, what's wrong with you Indians that you have been sitting around here for a couple hundred years now that you haven't organized to do these things? And so thus it began. Indigenous leadership. Well, we can't organize. Alinsky. Why not? Because that's a white man's way of doing things. I decided to let that one pass, though it obviously was untrue, since mankind from time immemorial has has always organized, regardless of what race or color they were, whenever they wanted to bring about change. I don't understand. So I stated, I don't understand. Well, you see, if we organize, that means getting out and fighting the way you're telling us to do, and that would mean that we would be corrupted by the white man's culture and lose our own values. What are these values that you would lose? Well, there's all kinds of values. Like what? Well, there's creative fishing. What do you mean creative fishing? Creative fishing. I heard you the first time. What is this creative fishing? Well, you see, when you whites go out and fish, you just go out and fish, don't you? Yeah, I guess so. Well, you see, when we go out and fish, we fish creatively. Yes. That's the third time you've come around with that. What is creative fishing? Well, to begin, when we go out fishing, we get away from everything. We get way out into the woods. Well, we whites don't exactly go fishing in Times Square, you know. Yes, but it's different with us. When we go out, we're out on the water, and you can just hear the lap of the waves on the bottom of the canoe and the birds in the trees and the leaves rustling. And you know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean. Furthermore, I think that's just a pile of shit. Do you actually believe it yourself? This brought about a shocked silence. It should be noted that I was not being profane purely for the sake of being profane. I was doing this purposefully. If I had responded in a tactful way, saying, well, I don't quite understand what you mean, we would have been off for a ride around the rhetorical ranch for the next 30 days. Here, profanity became literally an up-against-the-wall bulldozer. From there, we went off to creative welfare. Creative welfare seemed to have to do with, since whites stole indigenous lands, all indigenous welfare payments are really installment payments due to them, and it's not really welfare or charity. Well, that took us another 5 or 10 minutes, and we kept breaking through one creative rationalization after another until finally we got down to the issue of organization. An interesting aftermath is that some of this was filmed by the National Film Board of Canada, which was doing a series of documentaries on my work, and a film with part of this episode was shown at a meeting of Canadian development workers, with a number of these Indigenous present. The white Canadian community development workers kept looking at the floor, very embarrassed during the unreeling of that scene, and giving sidelong looks at the Indigenous leadership. After it was over, one of the Indigenous leaders stood up and said, "When Mr. Olinsky told us we were full of shit, that was the first time a white man had really talked to us as equals. You would never say that to us. You would always say, well, I can see your point of view, but I'm a little confused," and stuff like that. In other words, you treated us as children. Learn to search out the rationalizations, treat them as rationalizations, and break through. Do not make the mistake of locking yourself up in conflict with them as though they were issues or problems with which you are trying to engage the local people. The process of power. From the moment the organizer enters a community, they live, they dream, they eat, breathe, sleep, only one thing. That is to build the mass power base of what they call the army. Until they have developed the mass power base, they confront no major issues. They have nothing with which to confront anything. Until they have those means and power instruments, their tactics are very different from power tactics. Therefore, every move revolves around one central point: How many recruits will this bring into the organization? Whether by means of local organizations, churches, service groups, labor unions, corner gangs, or as individuals. The only issue is how will this increase the strength of the organization? If by losing in a certain action, they can get more members than by winning, then victory lies in losing, and they will lose. Change comes from power, and power comes from organization. In order to act, people must act together. Power is the reason for being of organizations. When people agree on certain religious ideas and want the power to propagate their faith, they organize, and that is called a church. When people agree on certain political ideas and want the power to put them into practice, they organize, and that is called a political party. The same reason holds across the board. Power and organizations are one and the same. The organizer knows, for example, that their biggest job is to give the people the feeling that they can do something, that while they may accept the idea that organization means power, they have to experience this idea in action. The organizer's job is to begin to build confidence and hope in the idea of organization, and thus in people themselves. To win limited victories, each of us will build confidence and the feeling that if we can do so much with what we have now, just think what we'll be able to do when we get big and strong. It is almost like taking a prize fighter up the road to the championship. You have to be very careful and selectively pick their opponents, knowing full well that certain defeats would be demoralizing and potentially end their career. Sometimes the organizer has to find such despair amongst the people that they have to put on a cinch fight. An example occurred in the early days of Back of the Yards, the first community that I attempted to organize. This neighborhood was utterly demoralized. The people had no confidence in themselves or in their neighbors or in their cause. So we staged a cinch fight. One of the major problems in the Back of the Yards in those days was an extraordinarily high rate of infant mortality. Some years earlier, the neighborhood had the services of the Infant Welfare Society medical clinics. But about 10 or 15 years before I came to the neighborhood, the Infant Welfare Society had been expelled because tales were spread that its personnel was disseminating birth control information. The churches, therefore, drove out these agents of sin. But soon the people were desperately in need of infant medical services. They had forgotten that they themselves had expelled the Infant Welfare Society from the Back of the Yards community. After checking it out, I found out that all we had to do to get the Infant Welfare Society medical services back into the neighborhood was ask for it. However, I kept this information to myself. We called an emergency meeting. Recommended we go into the committee, into the society's offices, and demand medical services. Our strategy was to prevent the officials from saying anything, to start banging on the desk and demanding that we get the services, never permitting them to interrupt us or make any statement. The only time we would allow them to talk was after we got through. With this careful indoctrination, we stormed the infant welfare services downtown, identified ourselves, and began a tirade consisting of militant demands, refusing to permit them to say anything. All the time, this poor woman was desperately trying to say, "Why, of course you can have it. We'll start immediately." But she never had a chance to say anything. And finally, we ended up in a storm of, and we will not take no for an answer. At which point she said, well, I've been trying to tell you. And I cut in demanding, is it a yes or a no? She said, well, of course it's a yes. And I said, that's all we wanted to know. And we stormed out of the place. All the way back to back of the yards. You could hear the members of the committee saying, well, that's the way to get things done. You just tell them off and don't give them a chance to say anything. If we could get this with just a few people we have in this organization now, just imagine what we can get when we have a big organization. I suggest that before critics look upon this as trickery, they reflect on the discussion of means and ends. See the previous segment. The organizer simultaneously carries on many functions as they analyze, attack, and disrupt the prevailing power pattern. The ghetto or slum in which they are organizing is not a disorganized community. There's no such animal or as a disorganized community. It's a contradiction in terms to use the two words disorganization and community together. The word community itself means as organized communal life, people living in an organized fashion. The people in the community may have experienced successive frustrations to the point that their will to participate has seemed to atrophy. They may be living in anonymity and may be starved for personal recognition. They may be suffering from various forms of deprivation and discrimination. They may have accepted anonymity and resigned in apathy. They may despair that their children will inherit a somewhat better world. From your point of view, they may have a very negative form of existence. But the fact is that they are organized in that way of life. Call it organized apathy or organized non-participation, but that is their community pattern. They're living under a certain set of arrangements, standards, way of life. They may, in short, have surrendered, but life goes on in an organized form with a definitive power structure, even if it is, as Thoreau called, most lives lived in quiet desperation. Therefore, if your function is to attack apathy and get people to participate, it is necessary to attack the prevailing patterns of organized living in the community. The first step in community organization is community disorganization. The disruption of the present organization is the first step towards community organization. Present arrangements must be disorganized if they are to be displaced by new patterns that provide the opportunities and means for citizen participation. All change means disorganization of the old and organization of the new. This is why the organizer is immediately confronted with conflict. The organizer dedicated to changing the life of a particular community must first rub raw the resentments of the people of the community, fan the latent hostilities of many of the people to the point of overt expression. They must seek out controversy and issues rather than avoid them. For unless there is controversy, people are not concerned enough to act. The use of the adjective controversial to qualify the word issue is meaninglessly redundant. There can be no such thing as a non-controversial issue. When there is an agreement that there is no issue, issues only arise when there is disagreement or controversy. An organizer must stir up dissatisfaction and discontent, provide a channel into which the people can angrily pour their frustrations. They must create a mechanism that can drain off the underlying guilt for having accepted the previous situation for so long. Out of this mechanism, a new community organization arises, but more on this point later. The job then is getting the people to move, to act, to participate. In short, to develop and harness the necessary power to effectively conflict with the prevailing patterns and change them. When those prominent in the status quo turn and label you as an agitator, they are completely correct. For that is, in one word, your function: to agitate to the point of conflict. A sound analogy is to be found in the organization of trade unions. A competent union organizer approaches their objective. Let's say the organization of a particular industrial plant where the workers are underpaid, suffering from discriminatory practices, and without job security. The workers accept these conditions as inevitable, and they express their demoralization by saying, "What's the use? What are you going to do?" In private, they resent these circumstances. They complain. They talk about the futility of bucking the big shots and generally succumb to frustration, all because of the lack of opportunity for effective action. Enter the labor organizer, or the agitator. They begin their troublemaking by stirring up these angers, these frustrations and resentments, and highlighting specific issues or grievances that heighten controversy. They dramatize and the injustices by describing conditions at other industrial plants engaged in the same kind of work, where the workers are far better off economically and have better working conditions, job security, health benefits, and pensions, as well as other advantages that had not even been thought of by the workers that they are trying to organize. Just as important, they point out to the workers that in the other places, they had also been exploited in the past and had existed under similar circumstances in the past, until they used their intelligence and energies to organize into a power instrument known as a trade union, with the result that they achieved all of those other benefits. Generally, this approach results in the formation of a new trade union. Let us examine what this labor organizer has done. They've taken a group of apathetic workers. They've fanned their resentments and hostilities by a number of means, including challenging contrasts of better conditions of other workers in similar industries. Most importantly, they've demonstrated that something can be done, and that there is a concrete way of doing it that has already proven its effectiveness and success, that by organizing together as a trade union, they will have the power and the instrument with which to make these changes. He now has the workers participating in a trade union and supporting its program. We must never forget that so long as there is no opportunity or method to make changes, it's senseless to get people agitated or angry, leaving them no course of action except to blow their tops. And so the labor organizer simultaneously breeds conflict and builds a power structure. The war between the trade union and management is resolved either through a strike or a negotiation. Either method involves the use of power, the economic power of the strike or the threat of it, which results in successful negotiations. No one can negotiate without the power to compel negotiation. Remember that. No one can negotiate without the power to compel negotiation. This is the function of a community organizer. Anything otherwise is wishful non-thinking. To attempt to operate on a goodwill rather than a power basis would be to attempt something that the world has not yet experienced. In the beginning, the organizer's first job is to create the issues or problems. It sounds mad to say that the community, such as a low-income ghetto or even a middle-class community, has no issues per se. The reader may feel that this statement borders on lunacy, particularly with the reference to low-income communities. The simple fact is that in any community, regardless of how poor, people may have serious problems, but they don't have issues. They have a bad scene. An issue is something you can do something about. But as long as you feel powerless and unable to do anything about it, all you have is a bad scene. The people resign themselves to a rationalization. It's that kind of world. It's a crumbly world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. We didn't ask to come into it, but we're stuck with it. And all we can do is hope that something happens somewhere, somehow, sometime. This is what's usually taken as apathy. But what we discussed earlier, that policy follows power. Through action, persuasion, and communication, the organizer makes it clear that organization will give them the power, the ability, the strength, the force to be able to do something about those particular problems. It is then that a bad scene begins to break up into specific issues, because now the people can do something about it. What the organizer does is convert the plight into a problem. The question is whether they do it this way or that way, or whether they do all of it or part of it. But now you have issues. The organization is born out of the issues, and the issues are born out of the organization. They go together. They're concomitants, essential to each other. Organizations are built on issues that are specific, immediate, and realizable. Organizations must be based on many issues. Organizations need action as an individual needs oxygen. The cessation of action brings death to the organization through factionalism and inaction, through dialogues and conferences that are actually a form of rigor mortis rather than life. It's impossible to maintain constant action on a single issue. A single issue is a fatal straitjacket that will stifle the life of an organization. Furthermore, a single issue drastically limits your appeal, where multiple issues would draw in many potential members, essential to the building of a broad mass-based organization. Each person has a hierarchy of desires or values. They may be sympathetic to your single issue, but not concerned enough about that particular one to work and fight for it. Many issues means many members. Communities are not specific organizations like labor unions with specific economic issues. They are as complex as life itself. To organize a community, you must understand that in a highly mobile, urbanized society, the word community means community of interests, not physical community. The exceptions are ethnic slums, where segregation has resulted in physical communities that coincide with their community of interests, or during political campaigns, political districts that are based on geographical demarcations. People hunger for drama and adventure, for a breath of life in a dreary, drab existence. One of a number of cartoons in my office shows two gum-chewing stenographers who have just left the movies. One is talking to the other and says, "You know, Sadie, you know what the trouble with life is? There just ain't any background music." But it's more than that. It's a desperate search for personal identity, to let other people know that at least you're alive. Let's take a common case in the ghetto. A man is living in a slum tenement. He doesn't know anybody and nobody knows him. He doesn't care for anyone because no one cares for him. On the corner newsstand are newspapers with pictures of people like Mayor Daley and other people from a different world, a world that he doesn't know, a world that doesn't know that he is even alive. When the organizer approaches him, Part of what begins to be communicated is that through the organization and its power, he will get his birth certificate for life, and that he will become known, and that the things will change from the drabness of a life where all that changes is the calendar. This same man in a demonstration at City Hall might find himself confronting the mayor and saying, "Mr. Mayor, we have had it up to here and we're not going to take it anymore." Television cameramen put their microphones in front of him and ask, "What is your name, sir?" "John Smith." Nobody ever asked him what his name was before. And then, "What do you think about this, Mr. Smith?" Nobody has ever asked him what he thought about anything before. Suddenly, he's alive. This is part of the adventure. Part of what is so important to people in getting involved in organizational activities and what the organizer has to communicate to them. Not that every member will be giving their name on television. That's a bonus. But for once, because they're working together with a group, what they work for will mean something. Let us look at what is called process. Process tells us how. Purpose tells us why. But in reality, it is academic to draw a line between them. They are part of a continuum. Process and purpose are so welded to each other that it is impossible to mark where one leaves off and the other begins, or which is even which. The very process of democratic participation is for the purpose of organization rather than to rid the alleys of dirt. Process is really purpose. Through all this, the constant guiding star of the organizer is in those words: the dignity of the individual. Working with this compass, they soon discover many axioms of effective organization. If you respect the dignity of the individual you are working with, then their desires, not yours, their values, not yours, their way of working and fighting, not yours, their choice of leadership, not yours, their programs, not yours, are important and must be followed, except if their programs violate the high values of a free and open society. For example, take the question, what if the program of the local people offends the rights of other groups for reasons of color, religion, economic status, or politics? Should this program be accepted just because it's their program? The answer is categorically no. Always remember that the guiding star is the dignity of the individual. This is the purpose of the program. Obviously, any program that opposes people because of race, religion, creed, economic status is the antithesis of the fundamental dignity of the individual. It's difficult for people to believe that you really respect their dignity. After all, they know very few people, including their own neighbors, who do. But it is equally difficult for you to surrender that little image of God created in our own likeness, which lurks in all of us and tells us that we secretly believe that we know what's best for the people. A successful organizer has learned emotionally as well as intellectually to respect the dignity of the people with whom they are working. Thus, an effective organizer, an effective organizational experience is as much an educational process for the organizer as it is for the people with whom they are working. They must both learn to respect the dignity of the individual, and they both must learn that in the last analysis, this is the basic purpose of organization, for participation is the heartbeat of that way of life. We learn when we respect the dignity of the people, that they cannot be denied the elementary right to participate fully in the solution of their own problems. Self-respect arises only out of people who play an active role in solving their own crises, who are not helpless, who are not passive, puppet-like recipients of private or public services. To give people help while denying them a significant part in the action contributes nothing to the development of the individual. In the deepest sense, it is not giving but taking their dignity. Denial of the opportunity for participation is the denial of human dignity and democracy. It will not work. In Reveille for Radicals, I described an incident in which the government of Mexico once decided to pay tribute to Mexican mothers. A proclamation was issued that every mother whose sewing machine was being held by the Monte de Piedad, the national pawn shop of Mexico, should have her machine returned as a gift on Mother's Day. There was a tremendous joy over this occasion. Here was a gift being made outright, without participation on the part of the recipients. Inside of 3 weeks, the exact same number of sewing machines were back in that pawn shop. Another example occurred in a statement made by the United Nations delegate from Liberia. Analyzing problems of Liberia, he noted that his nation had been deprived of, quote, the benefits of a previous history of colonialism. Press reaction was astonishment and ridicule, but the statement showed insight and wisdom. The people of Liberia had never been exploited by a colonial power, never been forced to band together at the risk of great personal sacrifice to revolt for their freedom. They had been given freedom upon the establishment of their nation. Even freedom as a gift is deficient in dignity, hence the political sterility of Liberia. As Finley Peter Dunes, Mr. Dooley put it, don't ask for rights, take them. And don't let anyone give them to you. A right is that handed to you for a right that is handed to you for nothing has something the matter with it. The more things likely, it's only a wrong turned inside out. The organization has to be used in every possible sense as an educational mechanism. But education is not propaganda. Real education is the means by which the membership will begin to make sense out of their relationship as individuals to the organization and to the world they live in, so that they can make informed and intelligent judgments. The stream of activities and programs of the organization provides a never-ending series of specific issues and situations that create a rich field for the learning process. The concern and conflict about each specific issue leads to a specifically enlarged area of interest. Competent organizers should be sensitive to these opportunities. Without the learning process, the building of an organization becomes simply the substitution of one power group for another. I think, like in that chapter, I think I got a few of you to really start to understand why I adore this book. Like a lot of it is lead up. A lot of it is, you're not quite sure where Alinsky's going. You're not sure what is what in that sort of situation. This book tells you how to change the world. It really does teach you in this amount of pages, okay? This amount of pages. How to change the world. What text exists that looks like that? What name some books that like I don't trust people who haven't read it, said Kaiser. Yeah. And we haven't even gotten to tactics, right? Like, that's tactics, right? Like, what books teach you how to change the world? That's the lesson here. That's what Alinsky was trying to teach you. How to win friends and influence people. The motivation behind that book, I do not trust. Some of the knowledge in it is worthwhile having, but like the context in which that information is given, yeah, I don't, yeah. Art of War is viable advice. I have a copy. I have a copy of. I've always kept a copy of The Art of War near me. Contextually, it's very difficult to understand those lessons. Most people don't know how to translate those lessons. The Bible. Tactics, by the way. There's a quote you can see here. Tactics starts with a quote by Hannibal, of all fucking people. It starts with a quote by Hannibal. We will either find a way or make one. Tactics is a hell of a chapter. It's got the rules, by the way. For those of you who are always wondering what the rules, right? There's rules for radicals. Tactics is the chapter. Tactics is where he lays down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I believe we go up to, I think it's, I do believe we stop at 13, but let me just check. Yeah, just want to make sure. Caboose, starting to see why you love this book so much. This dude is terrifying to systems. This guy is absolutely terrifying to systems. Like, you have no idea the fear that the name Alinsky struck and still strikes. Not on my end. So Kaiser, like, refresh your app or control F5 your page. Am I out of sync for anybody else? Because I'm not on my side. Yeah, so Kaiser, your side. Jesus Christ, got punk. So, like, yeah, no, like, seriously, he told that story in here, right? How many people have cities passed dictates about, like, city councils literally passing dictates saying this man is not welcome into our city because they fear what he can do to their power structure. People, like, legitimate power brokers in our country, mayors, chiefs of police, city councils, that sort of thing, they were terrified when a group said, we are bringing in Alinsky. Because that meant shit was about to change. Shit was about to go down. If somebody was bringing in Saul Alinsky, that meant you're fucked. Because he's about to do some shit. His record was just check, 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 check. If they brought in Saul Alinsky, he could do it. He could organize that community. He could get shit done. And you better goddamn believe they were going to get shit done. So you better just start acquiescing to their demands now before they bring Alinsky in. Like, it got to the point where the mere mention of his name was enough to bring people to the negotiation table. Our community organization has been in contact with Saul Alinsky, and we are in talks with him to bring him to help us further organize. Well, we don't have to, maybe we should reconsider. Could you maybe we could have another meeting on Monday and, you know, let's let cooler heads prevail. It was like that. Like, it really got to that point in that man's life. Like, shit is seriously of legend. Yeah, his name alone was a threat. Straight up. To the point where he is still a fucking demon to the right. He is a demon. He is still, they speak his name in hushed terms. They yell about him. It is astounding because he taught Hillary Clinton. He taught Barack Obama. Oh, yeah. He's been dead since the 70s, Rev. Dude, he was born in like 1909, something like that. 19 something. 19-ish. But yeah, early 1900s. I want to say it was 1909. But yeah, he died in like the 70s. Yeah, he's been dead for ages. Yeah, dude, Alinsky got shit done. He got shit done, and he taught people how to get shit done. That's what terrified people. It wasn't just the fact that Alinsky was this big dick organizer. He taught other people how to. His knowledge was transferable. It wasn't magic done by Alinsky. It was just this shit that he had figured out. And that, like, he had gathered this information. He had refined it and distilled it. He was like the Green Beret of organizing. No, he really straight was. Yeah, oh no, Wither. Barack Obama straight up says, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama both credit their ability as community organizers and campaigners to Saul Alinsky. That's straight up. Yeah, the reason Barack Obama, basically at one point, he straight up said, like, the reason I was an effective community organizer and ran an effective campaign was because of the lessons Alinsky taught me. Yeah. Hillary should have read his book a couple more times, dude. She wasn't the best student, but she got shit done. She's the one who got Bill elected. She's an unlikable cunt. Like, there's just no way around that. You have to have a level of likability, and Hillary could never, like, bridge that gap. She's just not likable. That's the early stuff. Here, you want to know fucking here. This is some real shit, right? You want to know, like, how they're. Here you go. Here is Conservapedia. Dude, this is, if you go searching for Saul Alinsky, Wikipedia, Saul Alinsky, Conservapedia, Saul Alinsky. They still are worried about this dude. They want their people to know about him. They want to know what his tactics are because this motherfucker gets shit done. Right? Like, they are not. Yeah, rabble rouser. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they Saul Alinsky got shit done. Reading an article on the right-wing website showing how to flip the rules. That's the thing is they try, but, like, when you properly implement Alinsky's rule set, it's real difficult to flip them. Did the right use this for their own interests? Oh, yeah, everybody's used these toolkits. His toolkit is useful, like, just straight up. There's no way around that. If you know his tactics, you know his tactics, right? Rebel. That's how you know you're effective if fucking conservatives call you rabble rouser. Dude, they were worried about him. They still are worried about him. They still freak out at his mention of his name. They still freak out at the mention of his name. It's interesting. I'm seeing people saying, like, the 12 rules, but there's actually 13. That's funny that people. Which one are they leaving off? I might have to check that. All right, let me go over here to this 12. I'll go one of the 12s and see what we got. Oh, this is the fucking Bolin report one, right? All right, so what is it? Just straight up? Nope, they've skipped one somewhere. What are they leaving out? That's interesting. All right, so... Okay. 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 They skipped the 10th. They skipped the 10th rule. Let me check this other one as well. They skipped the 10th. Fascinating. The conservatives may not know about the 10th rule for radicals. I'm seeing over and over that the conservatives list his 12 rules for radicals, but they're skipping the 10th. There's 13. So I'm just saying, like, if you want a blind spot, there seems to be a legitimate blind spot there. I don't know how it occurred. I have no concept of how it occurred, but they legitimately don't understand. Like, the 10th, we'll go through them the next time we do a reading, but the 10th rule is the major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition. Yeah, oh yeah, resolution. Yeah, it's a baker's dozen, for sure. So clearly they aren't reading the book. No, Cassie, they're relying upon iterative lists. Like, you can see that they're copying each other's lists. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. So how long is tactics? Tactics is, I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do tactics tonight. By the way, tactics, see what okay, so they do the list, right? Okay, so we'll do this, right? Here's the first rule up here. Okay, so the rules go to here. Okay, this is the tactics, right? They do this, but then they skip the rest of tactics. They don't fucking touch the rest of the book. They don't actually read the goddamn book because the list is one thing, but they don't go into, what's up, boom? They don't go into the actual list, right? The list is, yeah, there's a bullet pointed, basically 13 items list that you're working off of. But then he goes into like some deep tactics, like that aren't just the list of rules, right? The tactics and the rules are separate from each other. And some of the tactics are really, really, really worth knowing about, right? Competition, their own petard, time in jail, right? Like he talks about, like, yeah, sometimes you want to spend some time in jail. Like that's legitimately a useful thing. And like new tactics, old tactics, like genesis of tactic proxy, right? Like he talks about these sort of theorems of tactics and they don't seem to ever analyze those. They don't ever say, like they've just got the rules for radicals, right? They go with the fucking title and that's it. They don't pay any lick of attention to like the content behind the rules. There's a reason those rules exist and those rules speak to these tactics that he has developed as, well, that existed, that he refined, right? When he was like, okay, we can work with this shit. And that's hilarious. There's a complete blind spot there. I never really paid too much of attention with the conservatives, how they interpret him. I just know they fear him like the fucking wrath of God, and it's hilarious. So yeah. Okay, so next time we'll do tactics, and then after that is genesis of tactics proxy. And after that, I think is the way ahead, and then we're done. We have 3 chapters and we're done with this book. And so, yeah, that's these two sections will be going up. I need to download, I need to download 448 again so I can clip it. Cause I didn't trim it like a fucking idiot. Chud's Guide to Owning the Libs. And yeah, for those of you who didn't notice the announcement in the Commons earlier today, if you actually have a library card on the Discord server, you've got new stuff, new toys. You've got new toys. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, I legitimately, this is my most beat up book. I'm not kidding you. This is my most beat up book. It is the most like in the field, sort of like in this, like, you know, fucking water. I have I'm surprised it doesn't smell like pepper spray. I legitimately, I'm surprised. It's been with me before when that happened. I'm legitimately surprised this doesn't smell like pepper spray. There's water from water cannons on it though. Like it's got like water staining and stuff on it from water cannons. This book has been with me. It's been with me for a while. It's a little rough for wear too. You can see it's like the binding's a little broken. But guys are up and around, homie. That's why why do you think I tell people I wear contacts. Don't wear contacts to a fucking protest. Take your glasses, right? Like fucking, you know, shit like that. Yeah. Good on you, Caboose. Almost done with that doc that I said I would do. I'm going to finish it tomorrow at the hospital. Oh shit. All right, Cassie. Thank you. Yeah, it was Occupy. Boom. It was Occupy. It wasn't the Vegas part Occupy either. Yeah, tear gas fucks up contacts. Yeah. The whole thing. Guys, it binds to the fucking, shows up in swimmer's goggles. Sticks in my fucking scuba mask. Full on fucking face mask. Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, it's been around. That book just taught me some shit. Good thing my insurance doesn't cover contacts. I just buy the contacts. Oh, Linsky, thank you. Why don't sub on Twitch? 1, fuck Twitch. 2, fuck Twitch. The fuck Twitch is, the first one is fuck Twitch because of Amazon and Jeff Bezos. The second fuck Twitch is because of their anti-LGBTQ mod staff that are a bunch of punk bitches who threw me an indefinite suspension because I called out the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida as the like piece of shit legislation that's going to kill some gay kids that it is, and fucking they hit me with violent hate speech. Fuck those punk bitches. And 3, functionally as a creator, like if you want to support your creators, you should not support them on Twitch. I know you get emotes and shit like that and you get to skip the ads at the front, but I front load my ads for a reason, so they're not anywhere in the rest of the like stream. And the emotes are available on Better TTV and Frankerface anyway. So that's really a non-issue. Because like at the end of the day, a sub for a creator on Twitch, you spend $5, they get $2.50. If you do something like a coffee membership, which is what I run, then what you end up with is, depends on where the money comes from, if it comes from Canada or the US, but if you're in the US, they get $4.09 rather than $2.50. And so financially, it makes more sense. So you're not supporting Jeff Bezos. You're not supporting a bunch of mod staff. They're a bunch of punk bitches. And you're better supporting your creators at the end of the day using alternative support methodologies such as, you know, Patreon or Coffee or whatever the fuck you want to use. So there's 3 reasons. Yes. Sub, yes. A follow on Twitch is just you. It's a subscription. A follow on Twitch is a sub on YouTube, right? Yeah, a sub is the monetary one on Twitch. Zex Arthur, loves for a lover for radicals. I'm not an anarchist, but my PSL branch recommends it. Depends on your branch. I'm already like immediately. I'm like personally biased, but yeah, no, dude, anybody who wants to engage in community organization needs to have read Alinsky. If you haven't read Alinsky, it's like saying, you know, I want to learn English and you haven't looked at words in English yet, right? If you want to be a community organizer and you haven't read For Rules for Radicals, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. It's a foundational text. It really is. And so, yeah, it makes me wonder when people are like, I'm a political activist. Have you read For Rules for Radicals? No. Then you're not really a political activist, are you? Like, you're not prepared. You don't have, like, the bare essentials. It's like a carpenter not having a fucking hammer. It's like, what are you doing then? So, I respect it. Yeah, it's quintessentially, it's quintessential for organizing. 100%. I don't understand. I've been saying it for ages that like my community, I've fucking been doing it on stream. So like people who, I get it. Not everybody, like some people are, you know, dyslexic. Some people don't have the time. Reason, right? So yeah, like slowly but surely we're building a playlist of every chapter in the book, and I'll just have Rules for Radicals up on the YouTube playlist for people to listen to if they want. And, you know, now, like, people who didn't get around to it or couldn't get around to it for whatever reason in my community are like, oh, shit, I kind of get why I've been banging on about this fucking book since the beginning because it's been fundamental to me outside of, like, the online streaming thing. Like, that book is necessary. So, yeah, 100%. I'd like to pour out a little bit of my coconut LaCroix for all the Saul Alinsky-inspired organizers that got stabbed midway. Fuck yeah. Tech support ads on Twitch? That would make it absolutely worthless. I don't know what you're talking about. Tech support? I have no idea. I can't. I in no way, shape, or form would advocate for that. Or Bananas, thanks for the follows, by the way. Hey, somebody just threw a fucking few bucks somewhere. What is the theme of this channel? The theme of this channel, I suppose. Which one of you crazy motherfuckers? Thank you. You know who you are. You know who you are. You know who you are. That was really, really fucking generous. I think that may be the most generous donation, followed up by a really generous donation behind it. But the one who you know who you are, that I think is a kind of a record setter for the channel. Mitre held the previous record, and I won't name the number, but that one doubled it. So, a small caboose. I'm not gonna, like, I consider that bad form. No, Glazy, more. Yeah. So yeah, thank you. And the person who followed that one up was particularly generous as well. Thank you as well. Yeah, thank you kindly to both those donations. Yes, but you need the original number to do the math. This is basic algebra. Do you happen to know what Mitre donated to this channel in the past? If you do, then you know the number. You're correct. If you happen to know that number, then you happen to know what the number is. But without knowing the X variable in that statement, double means nothing. Double what? Are you familiar with previous donations? Especially since I anonymized, you notice they're anonymized. You notice how this is a moot point, and why are we even discussing at this point? fucking either way. 8675309. Yeah, I'll get that trimmed up. I'll get that trimmed up, and we'll get those 2 clips uploaded tonight to the playlist for Rules for Radicals. And okay, so that's almost done downloading. 1312 as Kaiser. Now you have to organize a back of the yard Chicago community. You know what? I could probably organize one here in Vegas if it weren't for, oh God, my local neighborhood. My local neighborhood is comprised mostly of retirees, Mormons, and well-to-do business people. That is the demographic of the general surround of my area. So organizing them under anarchistic principles is an interesting attempt. What the fuck? Okay. It's just this one. I keep a monitor going for Twitch stream. Okay, cool. Jesus. Got a letter from the local church postmarked at the other end of the country. Also labeled to the occupier. Jesus. Bananas. Mormons love Trump generally because they were already following a pedo from the start. Joseph Smith was a bit of an interesting character. I mean, that's just projection, right? You know, like Mormons don't like Biden. Come on, man. They don't like Biden. Just because you were a former Mormon doesn't mean, you know, take it. Oh, God. There we go. I laughed at it. And I did state that Joseph Smith is definitely an interesting character. But was that an agreement? Hey, good on you, Papa John. Good on ya. Credit where credit's due, man. That's a difficult one. Did you go cold turkey? Did you wean off? What did you use, like, supplementation? Like, you smoking weed now instead? How'd you ditch the cigarettes? Congrats, man. Yeah, that's an accomplishment, dude. Nicotine's a bitch. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, that's... There we go. Vaping and shrooms. Fuck you. Nicotine is the love of my life, Kai, says tech support. Glazy, now I need nicotine. Oh, I'm sorry, Glazy. Yeah, that's a rough one. I know Glazy's been trying to fucking wean and quit too. It's a bitch, man. Vaping and shrooms though. Respect. That'll get the job done. For sure. All right, a resolution. Take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out. I hope the rest of your night is good. Yeah, that's always... I've had so many friends that smoked over the years, and quitting is just such a motherfucker. It's such a motherfucker. Nicotine is a bitch of a drug. I'm glad I never smoked. Like, I've never smoked cigarettes. Smoked a lot of other shit, but I've never smoked cigarettes. I've picked cigarette butts off of the street. Nicotine is tasty. Jesus, super. Wow. That's an addiction. Dude, that's an addiction. What aspect of discourse would you like to engage in? What dialectical exercise would you like to participate in? No, it's not an echo chamber because we allow everyone in here. We don't run Posada bot. We don't run various bot and management systems that other streamers run to profile people that way and shut down their discourse. But I will warn you ahead of time that there are sort of lines of civility in the sand. Lines of civility in the sand that we don't allow for crossing very much. Advocating for the genocide, removal, or killing of various groups. See the Mississippi former gubernatorial candidate for some examples of what we will not tolerate. Hey, I only use the Posada bot when Nixon bot is in for repairs. Started smoking to be able to take a break at work, but thankfully quitting was never a struggle. It's more of a struggle to actually commit to smoking, says Aka. Jesus, Aka. Oh, Beast. Beast said, oh yes, been there. Walking to the grocery store to raid the ashtrays or always burn the filters though. Oh, good on you, super amazing. I'm glad you quit 5 years ago. Wait, who was that? That was Square, right? That was Square. I said, I could have sworn I saw it. Yeah, Square said I had to quit because the Airbnb host has rules and I spent too much on this month. But it was higher up, right? Like, there was the breaks. Fucking, all right. Started at 17. It's cheaper to smoke than to eat. Fuck me, our country's fucked. Is that like, let me guess, it's snuff. It's snuff, isn't it? Non-binary. What is snus? Oh, it's dip. It's dip. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fucking dip. It's chew, but in little packets. Yeah. Fucking all right. Dip in a pouch. Because, Glazy, I didn't click the fucking link. Like, all I have is like a little fucking pop-up profile here that says, all about snus. Snus information video. And also in America, dip doesn't come in packets. Like that's a fucking individualized packet units for dip. That's not a thing we do. Yeah, we just have a fucking can. You know? So, format. Unfamiliar format. Didn't pop the link. X, Y, and Z. Yeah, I thought it was snuff based on the name. Either way. So there's rules for radicals. So we did some theory. Okay, so we did headlines, we did analysis, we did some theory. I think the whole Tide Pods thing was just a giant misunderstanding, says Marcus. Oh, so we know, by the way, vis-a-vis my indefinite suspension, the reason I got it, right? Fucking that piece of shit Rick Scott in Florida did in fact sign the Don't Say Gay bill into law while surrounded by kids holding anti-LGBTQ signs, by the way. Yes, it is officially signed into law, in Florida. So, you know. Yeah. So I'm sure I'll be receiving my ban any second now. Fuck these assholes. Fucking Twitch mods. Oh, Oh, and Cupcake, can you check the place, please and thank you? I left you a message. If you're still here, Cupcake, I think you are. Yeah, you are. There you are. Cupcake, go check the place, please and thank you. What even is Florida, man? I you know, yeah, it is a whole thing. So yeah, we covered those. I'm happy with that. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about today? We even got some DGen story time in, so. I mean, Glazy, that bill is dog shit, man. Yeah, it's cool. Thank you. Yeah, that bill is dog shit. It's gonna, dude. I'm sorry. That bill is gonna kill somebody. That bill's gonna kill somebody. It's gonna be a fucking suicide. You know that, right? Some fucking kid who's showing signs and exhibiting X, Y, and Z reasons. The fucking teacher's going to be compelled by law to tell their fucking Bible-thumping, hyper socially conservative family that the kid is gay. And fucking, because the kid's going to find out that, hey, Fina, the kid's going to find out and identify from the internet or the greater milieu, the greater community at large. Is going to say something like, I think I might be gay. And then the fucking teacher is legally required to narc them out to their fucking Bible-thumping, nut job, conversion therapy believing parents. And at the end of the day, that kid's going to fucking probably take their own life. Like, that bill is super problematic. Yeah, a forced outing to conversion therapy pipeline, etc. Exactly. Hey, Esther. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. Doctor, that's not what they're fucking teaching. And the fact that you use that as an argument means that you don't even understand what's going on. That's not even what they teach. That's not even what it's about. That's literally not even what it's about. Right? It's not even, they don't even teach sexual identity at that fucking age. Are you familiar with the sex ed courses that they teach? Because apparently you're not, despite your 8 years of psychology. You might need to go back to school. What it accounts for at that fucking level is essentially families are comprised of different individuals. Sometimes a man loves a man. Sometimes a woman loves a woman. Sometimes people have two daddies. Sometimes people have two mommies. Occasionally people believe themselves to be boys. Occasionally people believe themselves to be girls. And sometimes they don't feel like they're either. It's very vague. It's very centered around attempting to establish the fact that our societal makeup is varied and broad, and an attempt to reduce heteronormative, essentially propagandization of children. That's all that is. Nobody's pulling a fucking a third grader aside and teaching them how to use a fucking condom and douche their ass for anal sex. That is a false argument, and you know it. That's just bad faith. That's just bad faith. Like, in your attempt to roll out your 8 years of psychology as a defense, non-binary, know what you have to douche? I'm not sure if elementary kids need to learn about sex or sexual identity, was your exact statement. And it's not. That's not what they're teaching. You immediately attempted to characterize it as sexualizing children. And you're getting called out already immediately for it. In chat and on air. Square. Non-binary, then apparently I need to teach you some stuff. I'll help you afterwards. I'll help you afterwards. Sex and sexual identity. Together. You put those together. Nobody's teaching elementary school kids at like 3rd grade level the things that you're opposed to. And frankly, sex education should start around 4th or 5th grade. You could start the family structure and social structure stuff much earlier. My sexual education started at 5th grade in elementary school. Right? What's wrong with that? You tailor it to the age. You tailor it to the psychosexual development of the child. You're a psychology major, right? You have 8 years of psychology. 8 years of psychology. Are you a PhD? Because frankly, that's PhD territory. Right? Like, why are you not willing to tailor a sexual education program for the a level of psychosexual development in a child, right? Like, yeah, Rev, that's neither here nor there. I mean, the fact of the matter is anybody in the queer community already understands that, like, we're being propagandized and exposed to sex and sexual identity through our popular media and culture on a daily basis from from a very, very young age, right? Like, every single piece of TV and media that a child is exposed to is propagandizing them towards a particular heteronormative, cisgendered sexual identity, right? Like, our society already exposes, Jesus Christ, our society already exposes children to these sorts of concepts and things. Why does it keep... Oh, you know what? All right, let me close that. I'll do that after. Well, let's give him a chance to defend himself. Hey, Dr. Professor SC. Come on the air and have this conversation, though. Let's discuss it. You're having Twitch debates while jogging in my cardio bunny now? Yes, you are, Kat. Let's discuss it. You're eminently qualified. 8 years with a psychology degree. Let's have the conversation. Because I feel that children should get early life sexual education, and they should be informed about non-cis heteronormative relationships, that they exist. The fact that not everybody has a mommy and a daddy, that occasionally you'll find people with 2 daddies and people with 2 mommies and people who don't exactly identify as a mommy or daddy. Right? Come on the air and have this conversation. You're apparently extraordinarily well qualified to speak on this topic. I will happily voice your opinion. You can get out of the rabble of the chat and you can have this discussion with me directly one-on-one via voice, which is a far more fair, equitable platform for you to discuss it in, rather than text me speaking over you and you using text. I will happily have this conversation. I will be asking you for your credentials, though, by the way. Since you volunteered them, I will be asking for credentials. I want to know where that degree came from and what the degree is in specifically. Because just because you have psychology experience doesn't mean shit. Yeah, my credentials is that I grew up as a gay man in this country. Those are my credentials. I have lived experience as this. I've gone through our educational system. I've gone through our sexual educational system. I've experienced life in a cisgendered, heteronormative society that attempted to propagandize me and tell me my way of life, my existence was perverted and degenerate my entire life. My credentials are lived experience as a gay man in a society that told me it wasn't okay. Yeah. I mean, Gonzo, I know that, but that's not what my society tells me. We've come around in my lifetime. I'm 40, dude. I lived through it. I was alive for fucking the tail end of the fucking genocide of my people, by the way, by the Reagan administration. Right? The HIV/AIDS denial that occurred in this country, the willingness by the conservative right and the Christian right in this country because it was God's cure for homosexuality. I lived through that shit, right? I've seen generations of my fellow gay men and gay women die from something that we could have addressed sooner and faster, but didn't because of the conservative right in this country, because of things like the Don't Say Gay bill in this country. Those are my credentials. My credentials are lived, earned in the blood, sweat, and tears of the LGBTQ community. We didn't have to study it because we lived it and died it. You can prove nothing, Gonzo. I knew I was gay from the word go. I was chasing boys around the schoolyard. You've got nothing. Red. Oh, yeah. So if you're gay, name 3 hair colors. Yeah, also the violence that happened as well. Yeah, dude. One of the gay kids that I went to high school with had his front door kicked down and his life threatened with a baseball bat by Bubba and his 2 friends. You know, Bubba Ingram. I've talked about him before on air. The dude who had a Klan outfit and it wasn't a costume because he was a Klan member even in high school age. He had a fucking Klan uniform. And he and 2 of his buddies kicked down Justin's front fucking door and threatened his life with a baseball bat for being a fag. Right? Like, I can't imagine what maintaining and encouraging a cisgendered heteronormative propagandized structure in our society looks like. I can't imagine what pathological and malignant ramifications that may have on the consciousness of a society. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it might lead to people kicking down the front door of a gay kid's house and threatening his life with a baseball bat. Maybe if we teach them, it's been put in chat so many times now, that the bot is literally on cooldown at this point. There it is again. Maybe if we had taught a little acceptance and tolerance of the gay community a little sooner, and maybe not encouraged Bubba and his 2 idiot friends to believe that they were the normal, they were the okay, they were the non-perverted, non-degenerate version of humanity, that they wouldn't have felt empowered to literally threaten Justin's life. Oh, by the way, I've never told this side of the story. You want to know what happened to Bubba and his 2 friends for kicking down Justin's door and threatening his life with a baseball bat? I'm sure a few of you can guess, seeing as this happened in bumfuck nowhere, Arizona. Yeah. That's Aspen and Caboose were right there with it. Marcus was right there with it. Cassiopeia was right there. Yeah, fuck all. Fuck all happened. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened to Bubba and his two fucking idiot friends. It's not a goddamn thing. Nothing. So, yeah. Yeah, I can't see what some early life tolerance, acceptance, a little bit of sexual education could do for making it so that maybe some queer kid in high school doesn't feel that his life is on the line. Because I didn't come out after that. Are you kidding me? I waited till I moved to Las Vegas to come out, right? I did not, right? That was, dude, I'm not a slow learner, right? I went to school with people who were threatening queer kids' lives for being queer. I just didn't come out at that point. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll wait somewhere that isn't just absolutely shit. Oh, Freud was a fucking nut job, Arthur. So non-binary said, so I used to be a part of an organization that dealt with trans young people, and they were threatened after an interview we had them to do some volunteer outreach. Some can't decide to threaten a child and their parents with some decided to threaten a child and their parents with an axe because the parents supported their trans kid. Yeah. Yep. Non-binary. That's how that works. I agree with that beast. Dude, Freud was way into his own psyche on that one. Yeah. He was way into his own psyche. Okay. I see what you were doing there, non-binary. Some cunt decided to threaten a child and their parents with an axe because the parents supported their trans kids. Got it. Turn the music off. Thank you, Cupcake. Love you, Cupcake. Hey there. I'm going to need you to do an audio check for me. So if you don't mind, please and thank you. Count to 5 so I can get your levels set so we can all hear you.
Kai is echoing.
Can you please count to 5 so I can do your audio check so we can get your levels to make sure you heard correctly? Please and thank you.
I had to mute the main channel on Twitch so that you didn't echo into this. So I did that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you. Oh, Jesus, it's male rights. Hey, male rights. Behave, man. Behave. Oh, shit. Sorry, let me pop this for you. Hey, Endless. Let me fix that undefined. There we go. How was your stream? I don't know, Kat. I've got questions already. I'm just doing a thing here. I'm just starting a little bit of a conversation on air, Endless. So forgive me if I don't pay too much close attention, but hope your stream went well, man. And then I have questions. questions. Why my callers thing is not showing up correctly recently. Let me in the meantime, since we're going to be discussing this at a technical level, apparently, and you have volunteered your credentials, what are your credentials, Dr. Professor?
I have a degree from Ohio State University in Cleveland.
In?
And that degree is specifically a master's in psychology.
No early childhood development or...
That is part of psychology, a master's, yes.
Okay, so why do you disagree with, say, the likes of Harvard on early childhood sexual education?
It would be more accurate to say that I disagree with individuals at Harvard, because Harvard does not so much sanction entire studies. What they do is they allow people who have been educated there to conduct studies as a Harvard graduate.
Okay, so what is your disagreement?
When it comes to early childhood development and sexual identity, I don't believe there is enough brain development to count as male or female in a definitive sense, and especially in any transgender sense.
But that's not what we're talking about.
Transsexual, different sexual identities do not matter at a young age because they haven't even gone through puberty yet.
Yeah, but we're not talking about their sexual identities. We're talking about a sociological construct having to do with the greater structure of society, parental and familial units.
Okay, well, what do you think that you should teach kids of that age?
That people sometimes have two mommies and two daddies. Sometimes they have parents that don't necessarily fit to the traditional mommy or daddy role, and that not every human being looks like a mommy or daddy or feels like they are a mommy or daddy.
Okay, so that I would actually not have a problem with. If you are teaching children that sometimes parents are male, male, female, female, and not necessarily male, female, that is one thing.
Well,
However,
that's
how it
literally
comes
what
to
we were
be-
talking about.
What?
Well, that's what we were literally talking about, and you immediately identified it as teaching them about gay sex.
No. That's not what I was saying. Okay, so that is a misunderstanding then. I said sex and sexual identity, which means to identify people as gay or
You put sex
not gay,
slash
and
sexual
what
identity.
that means for a person. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm saying give them instructions to do anything either way. That's not even what straight, Christian schools do. No, they don't do that. They don't be like, okay, this is how you have sex with a woman.
Well, they don't teach
No.
sexual education in any significant fashion. They teach abstinence-only programs.
They do that, and that is actually wrong. They shouldn't teach it abstinence only, but they should not emphasize it. But then again, in the era of Instagram and TikTok and Twitch, well, it doesn't really matter if they were or not to, in my opinion.
How do you feel about real world examples such as the Dutch program, where they start teaching children about sex and their bodies starting at age 4?
I don't think that would make sense to them, honestly, because I remember being 4. I remember being 5 in particular, my first day of kindergarten. And I had some idea of my sexual identity
But that's
either that year or the next. The point is,
you're a scientist. I'm anecdotal, right? You're a scientist. We have 30 years of data comparing two different sexual education styles via the Dutch versus ours, and the results are worlds apart, and one is distinctly more palatable and preferable than the other.
well, sex is primarily everything to do with impulse, because that is impulsive. It's instinctive. And that is something that you do want to delay, at least to some degree, when it comes to young children, because they don't understand the repercussions of it. You understand?
Well, but the best way to undo or potentially delay those negative repercussions that you're discussing is education. The more you know about the topic, the more of a broad understanding you have about something, the more likely it is that you can make an educated decision on that. And the Dutch program outperforms most countries on a global metric scale for sexual health outcomes. And I have the back
what is sexual
studies
health?
to put that worth. Adolescent pregnancy, birth, abortion, and STI rates.
Okay, so what if I were to tell you that it may have something to do with sexual education, or it may have something to do with education? Do you understand the difference?
Please don't speak down to me.
That's not what I meant.
Okay. Well, if somebody doesn't understand the difference between a broad concept such as education or sexual education, which is a microcosmic concept, again, you're speaking down to me. So just please don't.
All right. Well, then I apologize for the misinterpretation. That's not what I intended.
But the fact that, okay, so they have a better educational system across the bar, which includes a subset that is sexual education. And yet they still outperform most countries.
Yes, but
And we have
it does have everything to do with future life prospects and the context of what happens during sex as an adolescent and the consequences therein, which is actually more profound in females than males.
So why do Dutch teenagers give birth at 5 times less than their American counterparts?
Well, that would depend on are they in poverty? There's definitely the areas of the country that are less fortunate than the others, and they are the ones that end up giving birth at the teenage level more often.
So how about STIs?
Okay. What's that?
How about STIs?
Well, that would actually be at the same rate.
So people in the United States under the age of 25 make up half of all new STIs each year, while people in the Netherlands in that same age bracket account for less than 10% of new cases in their country.
And the wealth disparity between the populations in the bell curve regarding sexually transmitted diseases and pregnancy. Is there a difference?
Yeah, except we can look at a state-level microcosmic example in the United States, such as Utah, which has a high middle-class income rate in their state, and yet their numbers are through the roof.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. It lagged out there.
Except we could look at a more microcosmic example in the United States, such as Utah, which has a higher average income rate and a much more established median income and a safe middle class in their state, and yet their numbers are through the roof.
Yeah. That would be Mormon territory.
Oh, so education does matter more than the actual money.
Yeah. Well, Mormons tend to be a little what's the word I'm looking for? Oppressive when it comes to sexuality, and a country
founded upon puritanical principles that finds the discussion of sex wholly unpalatable could essentially carry that entire tonality to their nation state rather than just a state level. Would it not be possible?
Actually, that's a very good point.
So would it not prove out that when you have a multitude of global meta-analyses and studies that have been done both at the nation state level and the United States individuated level that have shown time and again that early life sexual education and a comprehensive sexual education that includes such things as homosexuality and transgender and all of these other LGBTQIA plus issues is actually leading to more positive mid and end of life outcomes for society and the individuals. Probably hold water.
I half agree with that, in that the way the Mormons teach sex education is like an affirmative oppositional stance when they teach them. That basically, this is how it works, but don't you dare do it because this is why and you're going to hell, etc. As opposed to other areas which may avoid it. But then sex education in some degree is usually taught. I mean, I was taught in Euclid sex education when I was in 7th grade, and that was a very, very poor city, okay? So I would have to say that just leaving it alone would make everybody happy.
Except it's not about making people happy. It's about achieving a positive outcome in life for your citizenry. It's not about happiness. It's about reducing pregnancy rates. It's about reducing STI rates. It's about reducing abuse rates. It's about reducing teenage LGBTQI suicide rates. Transgender suicide rates, due to the oppressive and coercive nature of our society, are through the fucking roof because they don't feel accepted and welcome, because we don't teach that in our society, that they are human beings, that they are normal, that they should be accepted. And things like this lead to these anecdotal experiences that myself and all of my brothers and sisters in the LGBTQI
What age
community,
would they find out what their gender identity is?
when they figure it out. We're not trying to inform their gender identity. We're trying to inform them that there are other gender identities. You understand the difference, right? Right. There's a difference between propagandizing a child and telling them.
In your definition, what do you think gender is?
Gender is a sociological expression of a series of complex variable biological factors leading into a psychological phenomenon and an expression thereof.
That didn't say what you thought it said. Can you put that another way, please?
Yes. Gender is a complex topic that is separate from biology and is derived from psychology and underpinnings of biology.
Okay, and it is that which expresses what?
Now you have me at a loss. What is it?
You know, gender is typically defined in psychiatry as an expression of personality, disposition, and traits that are typical to sex and sex characteristics.
Of course, psychiatry a few years ago considered it a pathology. So forgive me if I don't immediately go to the psychiatric definitional set.
Okay, so we could maybe assume that it's non-scientific, or?
I prefer to go with of belonging to social aspects more than biological aspects.
Okay, so sociology. So the construct in sociology that has to do with the interaction of society and how those traits are presented that are based on the sex characteristics at a biological state typically presented.
Sure, let's go with that. So what's wrong with teaching a child that there's more than a binary set of those?
There would be a problem because the child has not gone through puberty yet, and so their sexual identity and the relevant characteristics that were presented would not yet be present.
But that would undermine all sexual education because they haven't gone through puberty. They have no point of reference then.
Yes, the point of reference is important to understand that you
So you're arguing for undoing all sexual education.
When you teach a child sex before the time is, dare I say right, that's not the word I'm looking for, then you are going to give them preconceptions about it before it happens. And so it can influence how things happen
Should we
for
not
them.
should we not teach children about puberty before they enter puberty?
Puberty, yes.
No, because that's the foundation of your argument here, is that they have no contextual reference point because they haven't entered puberty. Therefore, it would confuse them.
It would be like trying to teach a kid calculus before they have learned algebra, in a sense.
Except it's not, and you know that.
It's a very close analogy, and it does have to deal with puberty and how your body changes and things happen, as opposed to later on the very complex social interactions that you have as a post-pubescent entity or human. To be literal. Do you
So-
understand?
Yeah, I understand, but I'm also conflicted because while I'm not going to blow smoke. I'm not going to say I respect your expertise in this matter. The fact of the matter is that I'm looking at, a field of studies that disagree with you here, up to and including like 3 decades worth of anecdotal and empirical data at a nation state level that prove you wrong in your assumptions. Because do you have any studies based on this? Like, have you done any field work?
I can give you studies, yes.
I would
give you
love to
various
s-
links to
I
the
would-
papers
yes.
if you'd like them.
Yes.
Would you like in PDF?
We don't care. Put them in the comments or put the links in the Twitch chat. We need content here, because the fact of the matter is that, I can just start dropping links about, the National Library of Medicine and studies and levels and trends in a national scale. And we can point to like 3 decades worth of data at a nation state level, the comparisons. And like, you are the outlier in this. Like, you are in the vast minority as far as your field goes. You know that, right?
That would not be accurate, but I do respect your opinion and that.
Well, we will take a minute and let you gather your links and provide those citations, because chat has been asking for those citations for quite some time. So we will
All right.
we will
Well,
pause
it's going
here.
to take me a little while because this is a very long bookmark list here.
Okay, well then feel free to put them in commons, and then we will revisit this topic. So, like, yeah, like this is, the fact of the matter is that, teenagers who receive early life sexual education sleep around less. They communicate more often with their partners. They talk about more of their likes and dislikes. They report higher rates of sexual satisfaction. They make up less STI amounts. They have fewer abortions. They have fewer pregnancies. They have fewer suicides as a result of the LGBTQIA community has fewer suicides as a result of early life sexual education.
Okay. So just before I go and compile this, do you have a standard of proof that you would accept?
Yeah, peer-reviewed study. It has to be published in a journal, and it has to be peer-reviewed.
Okay, so peer-reviewed study could also mean on conservative websites in which peers review it who are of equal education.
Has it been
not that.
Has it been published in a medical journal?
It would be, yes.
Okay, well then we'll take a look at it.
Okay, well, there's one. But aside from that, universities and medical institutions, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And an
All right.
N more than 5.
All right. I'm happy to compile a list for you.
Okay, we look forward to seeing it.
Do you want an outline of each, or
No.
do you just want the raw links?
No, we'll just take the raw links. We've got
Okay.
we got plenty of PhDs in community. We're used to reading research papers. So
All right. Well, in that case, I do thank you for being polite. You have been so, and yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you.
all right, well, have a good one, man. And yeah, like I said, just drop it in the commons, and we'll parse it. All right. Okay, Cupcake. I see you, Cupcake. Estrella. We'll see. Wait. Hang on. I'll handle this part. There we go. Oh, did we drop Gonzo? I see. Mr. Sir. I see we dropped Gonzo, I think. Did he get timed out for being, well, I'm probably douchebaggery. I don't know. I didn't see what that guy was up to, but I saw that Gonzo was definitely like acting up. Let's just put it that way. So I don't know what he was up to, but we'll leave it there. Yeah, I look forward to, yup. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I look forward to seeing some of these, studies. Gonzo thinks Nazis are communists, so whatever. Fair enough. Gonzo has a timeout fetish. Okay, so Gonzo thinks Nazis are communists. I did want to put this up. I have to do this. Oh wait, I'm getting messages somewhere. Hold on. My Twitch. Hey, somebody gave me a death of certainty. I don't fucking know who that is, but all right. Hold on. Nope. I mean, if you fucking get you gambling addicts, right? Let me give you a couple of minutes here. There you go. I'll let you guys play around with your channel points a little bit. Wait, he literally argued that on another stream that like that the Nazis are communists because he believes the National Socialism thing. Is because Gonzo literally doesn't understand National Socialism, so he believes he believes just socialism, communism, like that's just where he goes. Oh, that's hilarious. I love the ones that don't know the difference between National Socialism and socialism. No True Leftist. What was that dude? No True Leftist. He tried to say Nazi Party was a workers' party, says Rye. Dude, I don't remember that guy. Yeah. Holy shit, y'all are putting some fucking points down. Y'all are gambling. Fucking A song. There's Cappy. Everyone, Cappy. That's fair, Red. We're just gonna go with whether they get produced or not. I figured that was a fair roll of the dice. Gonzo tried to argue that on No True Leftist stream. Oh, okay. It was on No True Leftist fucking stream. That fucking Gonzo tried to argue that the fucking Nazis were the workers' party, and that they were communists. Jesus Christ. Imagine, dude, that's some serious brainworms. Holy shit. Yes, but Marcus said, but it says socialism in the name, which is why I trust the election results from the DPRK. Sir, voila. Oh, I starting to see your guys' fucking, I start to see you guys. Something first they came. All right. It's either locked in or not at this point. I gave you 2 minutes to bet. I'm shocked anyone in 2022 argues that sex education for primary school is harmful. Never expected that one. Australia said America is wild. I know, right? It's fucking crazy. This country's wacky. Like there's even like Columbia University's sexual health initiative to foster transformation. It's SHIFT, right? PLS1, you can go look at the study, but Columbia University produced a study via their SHIFT program that had results that, let's just say, will be super conservative and generous, that suggested that sexual education, like early sexual education, has like a lasting effect on adolescents, up to and including it reduces sexual assault in college. Like if you start teaching sexual education, like you reduce sexual assaults even, right? Like the knock-on effects of, and it was like 1,600 some fucking, the N was like 1,600 plus, right? The knock-on effects of like sexual education is just, dude, it pays dividends. And yeah, like I said, like that thing I kept referencing, like here, I have like, here you go. like for you guys that want it. Like the link is in chat. Like that's the adolescent pregnancy, birth, and abortion rates across countries. Like the recent trends one. That's the 3 decades worth of data out of the Netherlands that show early life sexual education actually goes on to have a whole series of knock-on effects. Dutch and American teenagers actually have sex for the first time around a similar age. It doesn't do anything. It's actually averaged between 17 and 18, but they have, quote, dramatically different results, right? Teen pregnancy fucking has been on the decline in the US for a little bit, but American teenagers give birth at 5 times the rate of their Dutch peers, their Dutch cohorts, right? They have fewer abortions, they have fewer STIs, they sleep around less, they communicate more with their partners, they have more satisfying sexual encounters. Like the early life sexual education that the Dutch, that the Netherlands does as a program has been paying dividends for decades now. And now there's there's real fucking studies looking into it as to like, what are all of the knock-on effects of doing early life sexual education? It is absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, the UN oh god, what is it? The UN Development Program UN Development Program Gender Inequality Index. Yes. Fucking places the Netherlands at 3, whereas the US doesn't even crack the top 40. Right? Gender inequality gets reduced as a result of early life sexual education. Right? Like it is one of the most fascinating and like viable fields of study comparing the Dutch sexual education program to the rest of the world, because it has such high productive results. And there's a multitude of research that shows starting early life sexual education has positive effects. Like it reduces unwanted pregnancies. It reduces sexual abuses down the road, right? Like robust sexual education starting early life has positive effects basically across the board. It doesn't confuse kids. It doesn't fucking like this is fucking, I don't know where this comparison that was coming from. And again, we'll see. But, you know, yeah, like it even goes so far as to create a tonality of a society that is far more accepting and far less predatory on children. It's common in the Netherlands for children to play outdoors in public wading pools naked. Nobody even thinks twice about it because they understand that sexuality and sex, the act of sex, and the human body and nudity and the parts involved in the biology of it are not these like mashed up fucking evil thing to be like put away for you not to acknowledge because deviant things occur. They accept it, right? Like it is just part and parcel of their social structure at this point. To be more accepting, to be more open about these things, because when you are more accepting, when you are more open about these things, you have a more frank and honest discussion about them in your society. And when you start having those frank and honest discussions about them in your society, then you start pursuing results-driven programs rather than performative programs, where what you're doing is acquiescing to the religious right. What you're doing is acquiescing to social conservatism. Instead, what you're saying is, what is the route by which we can get the most positive outcomes for our society? What is the way that we can implement a program that reduces the negative outcomes of our society? Right? Like, this is just a way that you do it, right? The Dutch program starts yearly lessons with 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. Okay, it starts at year 4. It starts talking about how differences between male and female bodies, learning about reproduction, discovering their own likes and dislikes and boundaries, right? Good touch, bad touch, don't fucking touch me. Shit like that. 3rd graders even learn about love, including how to be kind to your crush. Okay? Instead of like pulling your crush's hair and beating them and shit like that. They teach them how to be kind to your crush. Third graders, right? Before middle school, children get lessons on sexual diversity, gender identity, deciding when to have sex, and how to use barriers and contraceptives. Before they're even in middle school, they're teaching them that. And you know what? It pays fucking dividends. All through this process, students are schooled in healthy relationships and how to reject gender role stereotypes. Gender stereotypical thinking is literally has been studied and is listed as a risk factor for poor sexual health outcomes. Like that's a real fucking thing. Here it is. Here's a study related to that, so you can have my talking point, because I'm fucking talking about this, dude. Where are your sources, right? There's the study, link in chat. Like this is what this is. This is you'll get how gendered attitudes relate to women's and men's sexual behaviors and beliefs. Like, right? You want to read the fucking study on that one, right? This is just accepted science at this point, like within whole hosts of fields. And so, like, yeah, maybe that dude, like, credit where credit's due. Credit where credit's due. Maybe that dude does have the degrees, right? Maybe he has the degrees. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he isn't just a troll who's fucking weird, right? Maybe he legitimately has eight years of fucking study and a master's degree in psychology, and this is his professional opinion, right? He is that 3% of scientists in climatological fields, right? We've got that like 1 to 3%. It's less than 1, frankly. It's less than 1. But I'll be super giving here, right? I'll be super giving. There's like that 3% of fucking climatological scientists who are like, oh, I don't think I agree, or I have doubts, or that sort of thing. Well, congratulations. You can have your doubts, but the general consensus has been reached on this one. It really has. Like, there's no, like, nobody thinks that like sexual education is a bad thing. And the only ones who think that it's a bad thing are weirdo conservatives who are uptight about sex and are like concerned about brainwashing the youth of America to be queer and shit like that. Like there's no, yeah, like it just is. It fucking reduces sexual violence. It reduces STIs. It reduces rates of suicide. It reduces rates of pregnancy and abortion. It reduces rates of, I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of like downstream effects that early life sexual education have that are positive outcomes for society and the individual are almost too numerous to list at this point. It just is. So, yeah, Scylla, yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree, which I mean, look, I don't want to attempt to like mischaracterize the man's opinion, but the individual that I just spoke with vis-a-vis the, you know, early life sexual education, who claims to have 8 years and 8 years of psychological study and a master's degree in psychology, who disagrees that like it's going to confuse kids and shit. He is in that camp. Like, you can believe this, but I don't, because he had to ask me if a source cited from a conservative website was acceptable. I'm like, peer-reviewed study, medical journals, university publishings, those sorts of things, right? Like, I'm gonna need that. Like, he clearly he carries a bias. He carries a bias. There seems to be a conservative, like a conservative political bent, some sort of, you know, social conservatism bias that he is applying to his science. And so, at least go to Google Scholar, I know, right? Right, and so that is where, you know, yeah, and we have yet to see those studies produced. I'm guessing, let me check. He is gone. So, I'm going to call this. The no's have it. These studies have not been produced. So, congratulations to those. Almost doubled my channel points as Aspen. Yep. So congratulations to those who bet on no. No. So he did not send the so-called studies. No. He has left chat. He is no longer on the user list. I demand a recount and to wait 6 weeks for confirmation, says Marcus. Rev said I knew I'd lose those points. Yeah, no, he was attempting to claim that early life sexual education is it has a net negative outcome for society and the individual due to factors of early psychosexual development in children not understanding their own sociologically driven or biologically driven concepts such as gender or sexual development, and that early life sexual education would have a net negative outcome, and that doing nothing would be the preferable position. He claimed to have 8 years of study in psychology. He claimed to have a master's degree in psychology. And so, it is what it is. I've been putting studies up as I'm talking about these points. I've got the things ready. He made claims to, I have to compile this list. It'll take me a few minutes. We gave him, I think, 10 minutes. We have seen nothing in the Discord server where I told him to put them, and he is no longer present in the Discord, in the Twitch chat. I just checked. Yes, ignorance always leads to the best results. That is 100% correct nonsense. Ignorance always leads to the best results. I'm still hoping it comes back to Super. Yeah, good luck with that one. Mr. Sir, I'm taking this W, gonna go make cilantro lime rice. Mr. Sir, enjoy. Oh, Cat, it was weird. It was weird. The whole thing was weird. He had an affectation that, does anybody want to describe that dude's voice? Somebody describe that dude's voice. That was fucking weird as shit. I don't know what that affectation was that he was attempting to put on. Was he trying to sound, was that his professor voice? It was weird as fuck. Pretensions, says Aspen. Eldon Tyrell. Ponzi, says Rev. Yeah, it was pretentious. Brett Weinsteinese. Professoral. Yeah. So yeah, it sounded like the stereotypical intellectual voice. Yeah. It was what Hollywood would cast a professor as. 7:30 a.m. here in Paris, waking up with a conservative getting wrecked. Delicious, says Celia. I thought it was deep faked voice modulator, said car accident. Yeah, dude, it was weird. It was weird. Either way, yeah, no, he maintained that it would confuse kids, and it was the teaching early life sexual education. Cat, he conflated it with teaching a child calculus before algebra or something like that. And so yeah, he maintained he had studies. I said, because chat was demanding sources, and I finally said, do you have any citations for any of these claims whatsoever? And he said, well, what will you accept as a source? And I'm like, peer-reviewed studies published in medical journals. And he's like, so nothing from a conservative website? I'm like, no. I'm like, universities, medical journals, those sorts of things, right? Yeah. And he's like, well, it'll take me a few minutes to compile this bookmarks list. I said, put it in comments. I did a fucking predictions poll. And a bunch of people just made a whole bunch of channel points because people actually bet on yes that the studies would appear. He's no longer in Twitch chat. He has fucked off. So I'm gonna go with somebody who couldn't put up a decent troll. No fucking way he has a degree. No, I disagree as well. I don't think he has a degree. I don't agree at all. I don't think he has a degree at all. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. There's how am I I mean, come on. It's like I said, it's similar to like anthropogenically driven climate change at this point. If you are the scientist who's coming down on the, well, I'm not so sure side, well, you're clearly being driven by biases and ideological idiosyncrasies, right? Like, if you think like sexual education leads to a net negative outcome for society and the individual, you're in the vast minority of your field. He contended, like, he was like, well, I disagree with that. I'm like, well, you can disagree with it, but I mean, do you have anything to back up your claims? And he's like, well, let me get a list together. We haven't seen that list, right? Like, as I've been doing talking points, I've been putting like links in chat and shit for like, here's the study, right? That sort of thing. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, just another conservative grifter attempting to undermine LGBTQIA like talking points. Dude was floundering, but he knew his sources were shit, so he bailed, said Aspen. Yeah. Yeah, rip no studies to eat. Yep. So I think you got. It just doesn't make sense. Right? Like, Jesus. Boom. Oh, boom. Yeah, it was weird. That was a weird one. Okay, so that really does make it worse. No king shaming. Dude, that's a rough one for me. That's a rough one. The fucking scat stuff, like, dude, oh man. How's my night going so far, Mark? You know what? It's not terrible. We got some headlines done. We got some theory reading done. I got to demonstrate, I believe, why early life sexual education is a net positive for society and the individual, while bouncing it across somebody who clearly had social conservatism biases. Yeah. Yeah, Beast. It's one of my few hard limits too. Like, I'm even open to the blood stuff before I'm open to the scat stuff. Like, yeah, I don't. Yeah, we're not talking about that one. It doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. Marcus said, "Hey Kai, what year were you born? Not trying to hack your bank account, but does a monarch born in 1980 count as a young dictator?" Dictators tend to be older, Marcus. The only contextualization I would bring to that is, yeah, dictators tend to be a bit older. 40 for a dictator. That's sort of like that's the right age. The right range, age range. That's the right age range, I think. Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't describe it as young though. I just describe it as a dictator. If you're like 40 plus and you're a dictator, you're just a dictator, right? Like that's I think like 35 would be a young dictator, right? 35 is a young dictator. Dictators usually don't rise to power when they're like in their 30s. So yeah, I would just describe a 40-year-old dictator as a dictator. Yeah, nonsense. Said you have to have seen some shit to be a dictator. You get minted at about 40. Did you go so far as trying to convince him on the fact that education about LGBTQ is necessary? I think his brain would have melted, Cecilia. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's where the conversation started. So, yeah, that's where it started. So yeah, like absolutely necessary. Like, the suicide rates amongst LGBTQIA youth, and the absolute collapse of those suicide rates when you do early childhood, sexual education in a society that is comprehensive. I started there. That's the starting position. Like it is absolutely necessary. Sure hope my dick never turns into a tater, says Crix. Yeah, Scylla. Yeah. Also, people not understanding their sexuality in general. I know, right? Marcus, good luck. Teaching consent. Willada said, teaching kids about consent is good. More news at 11. Fire Fire said, just realized that he also kind of sounded like the guy that does the funny YouTube videos that imitates Morgan Freeman's animal documentary voiceover. Fucking. Beast said, I don't think he expected to know what you were talking about. You know, I'm a scrawny white dude in with like floppy hair and a ball cap, right, Beast? Part of my appearance is crafted, right? Part of my appearance is quite literally crafted, right? I don't look like I know what I should. I look like I should be a gamer, bro, right? Like this appearance screams game streamer, right? Like I shouldn't know what I'm talking about in any regard. I shouldn't have rhetorical skills that I have. I shouldn't be as effective of a storyteller and orator as I am. I don't look it. That's intentional. That's yeah. Get your enemy to underestimate you. It's never a bad plan. Getting your enemy to underestimate you is the best way to go. It's that simple. If somebody engages in the conversation with you and they expect you to know absolutely nothing and have no rhetorical skills whatsoever, and you just, you know, do, it's easier. I knowed it, says Rev. I said got. Shouldn't, but does. Like a secret airplane. Welcome, Gouda. Welcome, Gouda. You look like you're gonna craft some hot EDM, to be honest, as Red. Yeah, hey, yeah. Fucking let's you and I here. We'll fucking let's get the cans out. Here you go, Red. We'll fucking alright, hang on. It's gotta be like that, right? Fucking yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah. Fuck. Absolutely fuck with them. Let's see. There we go. I have a ponytail and a backwards cadet cap, says Rev. Yeah, I've seen fucking great trick off the game immediately. Speaking of World of War, yeah, Beast, exactly. Yeah, why are you asking me? I'm a badly shaved guy with a ball cap. Ask an expert. Poet stance, tilted head, and a cigarette. Oh, hey, Nemesis. Yeah, thanks for that follow, Gouda. But yeah, it's just, you know, when PR releases an EDM, me catch him. Mixtape. It's mixtape. When PR releases an EDM mixtape, me catch it. You burnt up. Yeah, no, it's intentional. There's a reason, right? Like I've spoken about this, like, what was it, last Friday? Not this last Friday, but the Friday before last, right? Where I had that long diatribe about rhetorical device and rhetorical methodology, right? And how, like, I want to bring a sort of purposeful appearance to anarchism, right? I don't rock a all black aesthetic. I don't do the fucking balaclava, right? I'm a smiling, happy, approachable, like, non-threatening white dude, right? Like, you can just come up and have the conversation, right? I'm aware of a lot of these factors, right? Like, I really am. Like, I do go into a few of these things consciously. They're not accidental. Right, I went through hats and like hair choices and those sorts of things for a lot of episodes, trying to figure out something that functionally did the job, right? And so, like, I finally stumbled upon like the black fitted cap, slightly askew, right? It works, right? Got the nice kind of, you know, floppy hair. It's, you know, that sort of thing. Occasionally I rock the unshaven look, and it's always just like random comfy, like pajama athletic gear. I shouldn't have any expertise in any area outside of like so you said, like making EDM mixtapes or some shit like that, right? Or gamer bro. And so, yeah, a lot of that is intentional. One, to disarm people, and two, to disarm people. Right? Like, if you're just looking to have the conversation and you're actually looking to engage in that dialectical exercise, if you're actually looking to have the conversation, right? I'm approachable, There's nothing threatening about me. You feel like you can come in and have the conversation. And the other side of that is he doesn't look like he really knows anything much if you're in that attack mode. And, well, if you're in that mode, then, buyer beware. So, very approachable gamer bro for sure. Hey, Dick Dangler, thanks. Dink Dangler, sorry. Dick Dangler, Dink Dangler. Yeah, no, it is intentional. It is actually intentional. Yeah. Thoughts on abortion, if I may ask. Okay, so from the top of the list, I am a gay dude. I have zero input on abortion topics. Like, it is literally not a thing for me. So I when conducting any discussion about abortion, understand that I am one of the least invested in this argument as anyone can be. My investment is an ethical one, right? As far as I'm concerned, it is a personal property issue. At the end of the day, does the individual bearing that fetus own their body or not? If you believe that a person actually owns their own body and has bodily autonomy under the state, then congratulations, you should be pro-choice. You don't have to be pro-abortion. You don't have to be happy with the abortions. But if you believe that we contain the capacity for bodily autonomy as born, adult, living, breathing, experiencing human beings, then you probably should be pro-choice. I'm that guy. I believe that the person bearing that fetus has bodily autonomy, and that they should have that choice. So, pro-choice. There's my answer. Marcus. I just saw Bussy like a Venus flytrap. Marcus. That's all I just see. You forgot X Games athlete. Yeah. Fucking Marcus. I hate myself for that. It seems to me that abortion only becomes necessary lacking other birth control, says Rev. Dude, that encoder shit is going to drive me batshit insane one of these days. Here's the deal. Fucking like apropos of the previous conversation we were having with that individual, early life sexual education crushes abortion rates. It crushes abortion rates. So if you are truly pro-life and you find the act of abortion wholly distasteful, then here is my point to you. Then you should be the most adamant supporter of early life sexual education. Because that is the number one predictor for abortion rates, especially amongst the teens of your society. If you want to get rid of as many abortions as you possibly can, you should be advocating for comprehensive early life sexual education. That is your number one go-to for reducing abortions. Not getting rid of access, not fucking demonizing them in society. None of that bullshit. Number one thing you can do, early life comprehensive sexual education. That'll do most of the work for you. And if you're not, then go fuck yourself. Let's see. Think abortion should be a medical issue too, said Park Jung. I mean, it is. It is. It's between a woman and her doctor. Third grade. Umbre Monday, third grade. The Dutch studies prove this out. The Dutch studies prove this one out. Third grade. We have 3 decades of comparative analysis between the U.S. Sexual education programs and the Dutch sexual education programs. The Dutch ones start in the 3rd grade, and they have universally, across all metrics, better outcomes than the U.S. 3rd grade. That's where you start it. And it's not what you think. Nobody's teaching a fucking 3rd grader to put a condom on. It's characterized and tailored to the age range and age group. Right? It's not fucking, and here's how you have anal sex. It's about understanding it's your body. It's understanding boundaries and understanding the sort of basics of it. The Dutch even teach their kids how to, like, they're part of the Dutch early life sexual education is how to treat your crush nicely, right? With that instinct, that impulse in our society, you see like little boys pulling little girls' ponytails and shit like that, right? Because they have a crush on them. They address that. Right? And so it has all sorts of downstream effects, such as reducing sexual assaults in college. That's actually been shown out, both in studies in the U.S. and studies in the Netherlands. If you teach them about these things very early on, you have downstream effects such as college rates of sexual assault get drastically reduced. So they're ARZ. So yeah, third grade. Third grade is when you start. Thoughts on trans people playing in sports? I mean, not really my field, but the fact of the matter is that as long as you meet certain hormonal checks and requirements, a lot of the augmentations or androgenization that occurs during like a male puberty, because that's what most people are concerned. The question is always thoughts on trans people playing in sports. It's never female to male athletes. What we're discussing, and if you were honest in your questioning, what you're concerned about is fucking trans women who transitioned from being men playing in women's sports. That's actually what you're concerned about. You're not concerned about the other way around. Nobody ever fucking brings that one up. Huh. Okay. Fine. So as long as they meet certain hormonal requirements, medical checks, etc., what does it fucking matter? Right? Like, we've already got the studies on this, at what rates the depreciation of the benefits of an androgenized puberty actually take place and the effects thereof. There's committees and studies on this sort of thing. You can look to the Olympic Committee. You could look for the, NCAA has their own committee on this. Far more expertise there. I'm just going to rely on and trust that expertise, because ultimately, not my area. There's a number of fucking solutions you could go to. You could segregate the leagues even further, male, female, and trans, though. That seems weird and iffy, right? Or you could do away with gendered sports entirely, but the entire purpose of the female, the women's category is because, can we be honest? Women's athletes get crushed by men. That's the concern. Serena Williams herself said, Andy Murray would fucking absolutely, dominate me in tennis, right? That's just how it goes. So, the truth of the matter is that there is a valid concern there. I personally think it's weird, given that it's all over just sports ball. And sports ball, need we forget, it's a game. We turned it into billion-dollar enterprises and shit, but at the end of the day, it's a game. Right? Why are y'all getting so fucking twisted up over games? I don't get that. People get way too up in their heads about this shit. But there's a few different ways to make it more equitable and fair for all parties involved, and there seems to be entire committees and panels of doctors and sports experts and biomechanical engineers involved in this process that have far more expertise on these topics than I could, and so I just defer to their expertise. Right? Look to the NCAA, look to the Olympic Committee on this sort of thing. They seem to have gotten this one straightened out. I'll let them handle it. So, wait, what was that? There we go. Hot take, ever since the start of the Enlightenment era. Park Chung said, hot take, ever since the start of the Enlightenment era, social conservatives and reactionaries are wrong about everything. I'm sure there's something they're right about, Park. I'm sure there's something. And just give me a name. Yeah, I saw your tag there. Here's hoping, right? Here's hoping. Red, they have to maintain nanograms per milliliter levels. They're not allowed to dope to levels, right? Like you read, the way the FTM works is that you can have like normal levels. There's a range. It's usually, I think, 450 to 950, depending on who's doing the measurements. Nanograms per it might be mole, actually. It might be the measurement. Either way, it's like 450 to 950 nanograms per unit of measurement of testosterone, of free testosterone in the blood. And so anything above that is considered super physiological. And so they're not allowed to dope. Anything beyond that is considered doping. So that's how that gets measured. Caboose, they're right about the Second Amendment. I mean, there you go. We'll give them that one. We'll throw them a bone. Sports will eventually be a chemical and hormonal balance game, says Umbre. And Kat said, hot take already is. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100% already is. Right? Like, that's just a constant give and a take. It's a constant give and a take. But let's see. Oh, this motherfucker right here. He needs to fucking do his thing. There isn't a world where you could look at someone like Francis Ngannou and Stefan Struve, I don't know, and assume, yeah, these dudes are totally within the same range of test, fast twitch, muscle fiber, distribution, etc. No, they're fucking outliers. They're genetic super performers. They're fucking, like, there's just no way around that. You will never be able to play the same game as Francis Ngannou. That dude's a whole other thing. You're not going to be in the same class as him. Fucking, yeah, here's... Alright. There we go. That'll work. There's Francis. Sorry. Like, you're just not, right? Like, you're just not. And then here's the Stefan guy. Oh, nope, that's forbidden. Dude, this dude's huge. He's fucking tall as fuck, man. Yeah, okay. So, hang on. So, this dude is allowed to fight this dude. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, it's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. Sorry. And I mean, here's my true hot take for the like trans athletes in sports. I don't care. I don't care. I think they should be allowed to play, but at the end of the day, I think it's fucking goofy that we care about sports this much. Right? Like, let's not be exclusionary. Let's not be like further marginalize people. Let's accept people as much as we can. But I gotta tell you, it's sports. It's fucking sports, man. We turned games into billion-dollar enterprises and got way too invested in them and shit. And people get wound up about this shit. It's the integrity of the sport. It's a game. It's a shit kids play. You're just playing it at like a professional level, right? You're playing kids games at professional levels. Calm down. You know, yeah, Aspen, I give almost zero fucks about sports, right? It's like speedrunners arguing on the national stage which Breath of the Wild speedrun category is the best, Cassie Pia said. Yeah. So it is what it is. But, you know, I'd like to be as equitable and equal in our society as possible. I'd like to not, you know, I'd like to give equal, like, fair representation to marginalized communities. I'd like to not exclude people from the activities of our society if we can. That would be my like truest position. But again, I think we get way too invested in sports. So, you know, that. RZ. Do you think we should teach them how to practice safe sex? Should we teach minors how to practice safe sex via sexual education programs? Like, should we teach a dude how to put a condom on, or should we teach some chick? That's not what I asked. Should we? That's not what I asked. Should we? Should we teach them how to practice safe sex? What about parents who are not equipped? Should all parents be required to teach their kids algebra as well? Oh, even better. Should all parents be teaching the kids about, like, say, history? What about parents that aren't qualified for this job? What about parents that didn't receive a sexual education themselves? What about parents that are in no way, shape, or form prepared to have this conversation for a variety of reasons? Should those kids then have a lesser education in this field that leads to, we already know, leads to a net negative outcome in society? Should they not be the beneficiaries of this knowledge then? Because their parents were not the beneficiaries of this knowledge? Is that not, in fact, a classist position you've just taken? And having understanding that the truly wealthy and elite in our society will have better access to this knowledge? My point is, your point is bullshit, RZ. My point is, your point is bullshit. That's my point. You are adopting a socially conservative position for the purposes of a bad faith argument because you are driven by ideological underpinning conservative biases. That's my point. My point is, you are willing to condemn kids to greater rates of abortion, greater rates of sexual assault, greater rates of sexually transmitted infections, greater rates of net negative outcomes for society as a whole and the individual, because you are uncomfortable with an element of sexual education that other nation states do on a regular basis, because you're a little squeamish about it. You are condemning generations of children to suffer because of that. And you are doing it under the auspices of caring about kids. You are committing child abuse. And you are saying it's for the kids' own good. That's what you're doing. That's my point. My point is, you are abusive towards children with that policy. And you are doing it under the umbrella of caring about the kids. That is a bad faith argumentation if I have ever seen it. Well, non-comprehensive sexual education programs have a net negative outcome. We've studied this beyond belief. We've studied this internationally. We've studied this nationally. We've studied this internationally. We've studied this domestically. We've studied this at the state level. We've studied this at the individual level. We have studies involving hundreds of thousands of people over decades to rely upon for this data set. The fact of the matter is that your uncomfortability with one aspect of a comprehensive sexual education is leading you down a path of arguing for a non-comprehensive sexual education program that we know will lead to increased abortions, increased pregnancies, increased STIs, increased sexual assaults. Okay, we know this. This isn't up for a fucking coin flip at this point. We've got study after study after study after study after decades after decades after decades. Country after country after country. We know this data. We know what it looks like. Because you are uncomfortable with one aspect of a comprehensive sexual education, you are willing to, yes, we do. And we've already gone through this earlier on stream, putting studies in and discussing these numbers. Yes. Oh no, we've already done this, RZ. We've already done this once this stream. See, homie, you need to go back to the VOD. I had a fucking a master's of psychology on the fucking air for this shit. We've already done this, homie. See, we did this once on stream. That's why I'm already prepared to dunk on you like this. We've already put up. You are in the overwhelming minority in this position. The Netherlands has 30 years of data on this one compared to the 30 years of data. There's literally side-by-side meta-analyses that have been done for United States versus the Dutch Comprehensive Early Life Sexual Education Program. You're wrong. And what you're doing is condemning generations of kids to rape, to committing suicide because they're confused or shamed, to having intractable illness, to committing mistakes that cause them to have lifelong commitments to bearing a child, and then that child ending up in cycles of abuse. That is what the end result of that advocacy looks like. It looks like child abuse. You're advocating for child abuse, and you're doing it while you say, I care about the kids. Imagine punching a child in the face and saying, I'm doing this for your own good. That is what you are doing. The science is in on this one. It's been in. There's no fucking doubt on this one. Comprehensive sexual education leads to a plethora of net positive outcomes, whereas abstinence only or non-comprehensive sexual education leads to a plethora of net negative outcomes. The data's in. It has been in for ages. There's multitudes of backed, peer-reviewed scientific studies on this matter from a multitude of universities and organizations and advocacy groups on a global scale. You're wrong. And your wrongness bothers me so because it leads to people dying. It leads to kids killing themselves. It leads to gay kids catching HIV. It leads to fucking rapes in college. All of these are backed studies that we have already talked about. The fact that early life sexual education directly leads to a statistically relevant decrease in college-age sexual assaults by youth, right? It directly leads to a reduction in STIs. It directly leads to a reduction in pregnancies and abortions. It directly leads to a reduction in suicides by LGBTQIA youth. Right? Like this is fundamental. This is fundamental. And your advocacy was, if we teach them about anal sex, those people teaching them about anal sex should be considered predators, which under the US linguistic usage of the term predator, what you're actually saying is that those teachers are pedophiles. You are committing actual harm by advocating for that position. You are. I hope maybe one day you realize that. I doubt it, but I hope. I am an idealist after all. It's that one, right? Yeah. That's the button I want. All right. He's already gone. I guarantee he's already gone. Dude, with that kind of browbeating? Nah. Where am I getting tagged? Oh, just for funsies. Oh, shit. All right. Cupcake, I see it. I see it. I see it. All right, cool. Thank you, Cupcake. Yeah. I sort of, yeah, I saw. That's hilarious. All right, so we're gonna pull it. I need to make food, dude. I'm hungry. I've got some rice ready. I've got some chicken marinating. I'm gonna make some like teriyaki fried rice or some shit. I'm gonna be on VC afterwards though. So yeah, I'm in a mode. So, hey, Umbra Monday, thank you for the, oh, there's the fucking, there, okay, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun afterwards, for sure. Oh, all right. You had chicken and cream and mushroom with rice earlier. It was good. Oh, you're adorable, RZ. You're adorable. Because Kai doesn't source organic, local, fucking North American grown brown rice. Yeah, sure. I buy cheap rice off of the like Walmart shelf. That's 100% what I do. Anyway, take care of yourself, RZ. Arsenic concentrations in the rice elsewhere. Cupcake. That's what makes it toxic. Either way, everyone else take care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your evening. We're gonna raid over to Radhom. So, peace.